No!
Hello.
I'm not using Steam more for this. Because do you have your in-game name and code like this thing? You see my screen? Yeah, you can. You can just send me the whole thing. I can copy and paste. Let's go. My gosh. Hold on. Wait, you streaming now? Oh my god, wait, we should collab. We should collab. Oh shit. Oh shite. Oh. Oh, what did I just press? Nothing. Okay. Oh my god, sexy man. Haha, I'm first.
Congrats.
I need to do my dailies as well here. I just sent the
Yeah. I need to use Chrome for that.
right Chrome. Yay! Also, is your chat supposed to be kinda picking out at where your game is?
Yeah, it is supposed to be picking out slightly, but I think it's the border, like the edge margin is a bit too much. I'll fix that later. It's fine.
Yeah. So, who have you played so far?
Played Soldier 76 because he's the easiest, and I've played a little bit of Diva. Like I used to play a bit of. Wait, I got your request. I played like I don't know 5-10 hours of Overwatch a long time back. Back then I used to play Diva.
5 to 10 hours.
Yeah,
So less.
yeah.
Okay. But I think you should be fine. Did I invited you yet? Have I invited you yet? Okay, there you go. Don't worry, you got this.
You must select a role. What do I select?
You play soldier, right? Who
Yeah,
else?
Soldier
Just
and
pick
Diva.
so then tank and damage.
Okay.
You got this. Don't worry. It's no pressure. God. Haha, first Overwatch stream. Can't be me. Oh, I just realized I need to fix the Fugi. Otherwise, you're so small. There you go. Oh, I was taking so long. Oh, well,
They were just looking for more noobs to match me against.
that is crazy. Nah, don't say that.
Which one do you guys
Rika,
want?
me and Visa, we're gonna support you.
Let's go.
Let's go. Nah, just show them. Just show them. Um, just show them. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Sorry. You got this. Don't worry. No worries. Yeah. Should one of us be like people to pull him back in case? I'll play like Weaver just in case. You got this. Don't worry. I literally have a way to save you.
Nice.
Hello. Hey,
Time to
the
save the
home of
world?
the Iris.
Game on!
So aspiring to be the
Presence of a force that defines the limits of our understanding.
So, what's on the docket? Winning, I hope. We should thank our preparations.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the enemy.
Maybe like baited the chokes or maybe
There's a Tracer, yeah.
no.
Oh my god. Too close.
Yeah, I just called him back.
Don't tilt, Hana! You got this! Neutralizing projectile!
Oh my gosh.
That was only a warm-up!
I am effervescent.
Diving in!
Oh, okay.
Beat this program!
No, I missed. Okay, I'm
It's
back.
okay. Oh, that's. I should have saved my out then.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
mouse?
I have perks too. I didn't use a single perk until now. Yeah.
Harry is here! Sweet, an upgrade!
I'm with you.
Nothing gets past me.
Bloody, calm down.
Enemies on the payload. Let's get them.
Say cheese.
Initializing systems. Clear those nukes off the payload.
There's one to the right.
Right? Oh, there's two first. Yeah. Wait! Oh, wait!
I got I got pulled into the saga.
Everyone's ever killing in a book.
Stand there, stand there, stand there.
Yeah.
Come here, Dota. Holding the nothing gets past me. Eating there. What up, new?
Better up high, isn't it?
Initializing systems. We're cooked. I'm on the next level. Barrier activated. What up, new?
Say cheese. If I see one axe, so help me.
Thanks.
Ooh.
You so fast?
What?
I just accidentally used. gosh. Freaking Emery just went for
They're
me.
counting on me.
Nice.
Diving in.
10 seconds remaining.
No! Oh! I thought you could fly over. Let's try. No, you did really well though.
Play of the game.
I did something.
You did really well, look. Yeah.
What is MIT?
MIT, mitigated damage, so how much you block.
I see.
Yeah.
I should probably get more of that as a tank. But it's fine.
It's not always about blocking the damage also lah, you know. Wait, are we sharing chat yet?
Yeah, I think so.
We are. Okay. Gosh. I'm okay.
Select a map.
What map do you guys like?
Prefer Hollywood.
Okay.
Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood is far superior. Who the fuck even picks flashpoints? You fucking idiot. Sorry.
No, you're right. You can stay it. You can stay it.
No, but who in the right mind would actually pick? It's okay. It's fucking okay. It's really fine.
Every soldier needs a cause.
Your hair looks brittle, Jack. Are you taking your vitamins?
Once a day, just after my steak dinner.
Hello.
You know,
Been a while
Soldier
since I
76
had
is
so
actually
much
gay.
Company.
I did not know that. I don't know that much of the lore.
4, 3,
It's so cool.
1. Initial flashpoint. Arena.
Initial flashpoint.
Stay aware
Arena.
of your needs. Boosting your damage.
Oh my god, I can't believe I actually fucking killed her. That's crazy. I need heal. Please. Please. Don't heal me.
I don't have my heals yet. 1 second.
You're not a healer.
Yeah, but I do have like 10 heals.
Whoa!
No, so
Bruh! 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 Wait, just pick up you.
Try me.
Group up.
Still got some fight in me.
Group up. You call it?
Oh, okay.
Everyone, heal
Passing judgment. Serving fate. Follow suit now.
Who took my dentures?
You just out that when there's no one there.
there was someone there, but he just died. I was like, where did he go? And I checked the kill feed and he's dead.
Propaganda is useless.
Propaganda is useless. What? I didn't even hear him.
Who wants a stick and poke? Hell scalper into you.
I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
Slow.
Hostiles on our objective.
On me. Group up.
Wait, go back, get the tank. Go back to get the tank. Misa.
Securing the bag. Outnumbered.
Yeah, I'm making my way. This tank, please. Survive.
Cut them up.
Okay, yeah, I know.
They'll regret that.
Lost.
That's not unfortunate.
Would you look at that?
Refinery.
Come on. Let's get to the next point. Ah, we have company.
Okay. What the heck? Bruh, our freaking tank pushed him towards us. Are you kidding me?
We're losing our stake in the objective.
Bruh. Oh my god, I was actually in the same zone.
Who wants a stick and poke?
Make way.
They can't get away.
They brought one back. Here's the crack. Recover your strength.
There's so much purple on screen.
Fighting.
It seems our tests were inconclusive.
Who took my dentures?
Right, dick.
can't beat me.
Nice
I've got
shots.
meds. Who needs them?
Oh, broke.
See, now you're doing so
Hell
well.
of an upgrade.
It just got like got kills after like I don't know. Last 5 minutes I didn't get anything. But it's okay.
Who cares?
Oh, my propaganda.
What is the propaganda you just did?
The rocket got you.
Whoops, I fell.
When you said oops, I thought you were out of the game.
No.
Hell no.
Yourself. Big style. Causing judgment.
I've seen
Nice.
spots.
You again? Nice.
Secure.
And I'm
Thank you.
That's better.
I see a hostile.
Never learn. I'm a man on a mission. Stay out of my way. Got eyes on an enemy.
Keep this fire burning. Systems hacked. Constructing my barrier. This will end
Who took my
Oh my god.
dentures?
Oh my gosh, they have a freaking.
Who took my dentures? It's a crazy voice line.
They'll regret that.
Securing the bag. Face.
Fight the bullet.
Secured. Next, flashpoint, junkyard.
Okay, we got this. I mean, my day is not you're crazy, you have 8k damage already.
Let shadow consume.
Oh shit, 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 shit! No, okay, that's not what I
They can't get away with this.
The enemy advances on our point. Fend them off. Systems hacked.
Oh my gosh, this fucking idiot. Keep running. Tiba, I can fly, okay? You run all you want. I'm gonna chase you down. I don't know how many I was ready to do, but it's okay to me.
I rub some dirt on it. Let's go.
Make sure they double altered.
Who took my dentures?
I'll show you better.
With it.
Securing the bag.
Overtime.
They can't get away with this.
Passing judgment. Serving face. Keep your distance. Take the objective.
Tactical termination. That's better.
GG's, oh my gosh.
Oh, GG's.
That was way too long.
Play of the game.
Oh wow! Look at you go.
Who took my dentures?
Let's go! WPK. 4K even? Oh my gosh! W.
I popped off then.
Nah, you better. You just better. Stop popping off, it's just better. Wait, Misa has to go? What happened to Misa? Misa. DM?
What's DM? Is there a deathmatch mode here?
Huh? I don't get it. DM, chat. Okay. Yes. Go ahead, take a break. Yes.
Alright, GG's.
Not us though. Haha.
Yeah.
We will keep on going.
Choose your map.
Which map do you want? Mid down?
From it. Yeah. Hi TV. Ha.
Bruh, you play Overwatch? I'm playing for the first time, but yeah.
He's here with me.
Now entering midgard. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Handbrake thing. Okay.
I hate tracking games. Yeah, it's kind of difficult after a Valorant, but it's fine.
Don't worry, after a while, you just hate the games.
Every soldier needs a cause.
So, everyone saw the same tavern posting then?
Let's hear that fighting spirit.
Oh my gosh.
That's
morning.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh! Cat's Eye's new song's out!
Nice.
Yeah, I'll watch it later. I already don't expect Manal to be inside the MV. Like, what the hell?
5, 4, 3.
But from the leaks, apparently the song actually sounds really nice though.
Oh, it's so difficult to track the flying enemy. Oh my god.
Try to repay the favor. Who needs healing?
In the queue.
Payload secure. Turn that damn music down. Pulse munitions still
It was
You're using
a
cheats again?
what?
You're using cheats again? Nobody?
I just to kill the flying guy.
I like it.
Oh, so that was you. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
you do realize we have kind of two hit scans, right?
Yeah.
That warms the bones. Gotcha. Let's make a scene. I've seen tougher spots.
I am blocking you.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
You can check in, but you can't check out. We're outnumbered. Stay sharp.
Oh no.
Okay. It's fine. We're so far ahead, but like literally good. That cage was a good cage by their Malga.
Oh my god, what the hell was that?
They'll regret
Okay,
that.
maybe a bit of healing would be nice from our or like an anti-heal on that Malga would be nice, you know. Okay, I just saw you got like crushed on by the Malga. Your neck feeling good? Your back?
I rubbed some dirt on it.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go.
Good night, TV.
Come on, yo.
I've got meds. Who needs them?
won't go to jail.
I'm better than you, Aaron. Domino.
They can't get away with this. That payload's not going to deliver itself. Move it! Turn that damn music down!
What the hell? That mounted.
Manifested.
Turn that damn music down! Redeploying.
Beware my magic tree.
What in the world? How are they holding this chokehold so well?
Passing judgment. Standing face. I am advancing the payload.
You can check in, but you can't check out.
Oh my gosh.
If I'm still standing, I'm still fighting.
I am blocking you.
Oh my gosh.
You're kind of carrying. The rest of our team isn't doing too well.
Anyone
but
else?
Try my best.
do their jobs today?
I don't even fucking play Domina.
Payload.
I don't freaking. I actually don't play Domina. This is terrible. They're tank killers, guys. Both of them are tank killers, guys. DPS. Well, I'm gonna keep striking this round, so I'm like, try my very best.
What is hurting me? Is there like some sort of... Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Beware my magic tree.
Turn that damn music down! You can check in, but you can't check out.
Passing judgment.
Hacks did nothing.
I've seen tougher spots.
Oh my god, fuck this shit. Oh, but they have echoes here. Okay, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I trust myself. Hey, y'all need to go in me,
still
ah.
standing, I'm
I
still
need the support.
fighting.
I'm coming.
I am blocking you.
Okay, yeah, see?
Yeah. What is this wall? This big dude is good.
Still got some fight in me.
I am here to abduct you.
He's getting in my face.
60 seconds remaining.
Let's put that brain to use. Redeploying. Good fence.
Bro, I'm not getting enough healing
I've
from
seen tougher spots.
Ana. Ridiculous.
I'm better than you, alright? Soldier 76.
Beware my magic tree.
Well, they have a magic tree now.
Got this, got this. Get the point. Yeah, Maugas and
Turn
you
that
right
damn
God,
music
yeah.
down. Counted me out.
Stand the point, stand the point. I'm gonna push out big. Hopefully I can get more their DPS or support. Oh, okay, never mind, I'm getting their tank here, huh?
That warms the bones.
Approaching its destination.
No! Oh my god! I'm not getting any heals. Bro, this is so annoying.
Nice try. Tried. I think I also tried, kinda. Tracer
Yeah,
up.
everyone else is terrible. See, here we go. Oh, it's a nano. Oh, okay. The mouse, nice one. Oh, was that 5k?
I think 4k.
Crazy. Oh my god, Robbie and Cisnada are streaming. Not together, but they're streaming.
Noise.
Let me go and support a bit. Oh my gosh.
Drink some water.
I'm good. It's fine. I'm so good right now. Yeah. Lucky. Hold on. I might need to use the toilet.
Okay.
Let me just cancel this first. One sec, chat. Let me use toilets, and then I will be right back. Right after I find where the hell are these two. Why can't I find? Oh, they're right at the bottom. Yeah. Bottom. Bottom. Okay. BRB chat.
How's everyone doing? How has your week been so far? Just one more day to go, then we have the weekend. Should I try some... I played a little bit of Junkrat before, I think. It's kinda like Raze, if I remember correctly, as like satchel thingies.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Let's win some games now.
Sure.
Excuse me. Oh, okay.
Vote for a map.
Loki? I don't even know. As long as it's not New Queen Street, that's all I care. I guess Route 66 it is.
Okay.
Oh, Junkertown. Actually, I don't mind any map. Oh, yeah, sure. You know, I genuinely don't mind Junkertown. Junkertown is a good map too.
To Jack.
I'm gonna play someone that I'm gonna be shit at, but I'm gonna practice, you know. Also, does anyone want to tell me why the fuck is his chest hair basically like noodle strains that are 2D instead of like 3D-fied?
The scenery here remind me of home.
No, you just see the skin. It looks 2D instead of 3D.
Quite the difference.
Like, you know, the characters are 3D, right? You know.
Yeah.
But then his
Safety
chest hair is
first.
like
Taking down enemies.
just
First and
completely flat. It's kind of depressing.
Ah! How I've missed the smell of our plutonium spring.
Five, four, three, two, one. Attackers incoming. Stop the pain.
Oh! god. What's happening? Someone fucking explain to me what just happened. I don't fucking know what just happened.
Got eyes on an enemy. I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
I can kind of see why people say Marvel Rivals is a ripoff. I just saw a character who's basically just magic.
No one can stop me!
What?
I just got killed by someone who's basically like magic from Marvel Rivals. She just came in with a sword.
Oh, Vendetta. Yeah, she's really annoying right now. In the lore, she's like took over the bad guys and became a little worse. Like literally ordering genocides right now.
All hail the Queen! Hyper hard to play!
Yo, are they giving up? What's happening?
They cannot stop!
Come get healed. Not where they are. I've got meds. Who needs them?
Oh my god, Misery! Hi, how are you? Are you feeling
Can't
better?
get away with this.
Now we're in orbit!
Oh, well, not better, but like since our last conversation and whatnot. Oh, actually, I might. Oh, I just realized. Oh. I've been trying to focus on healing because that's what I've been struggling with healing this character. Behind you, behind you,
Alien invasion!
Who took my dentures? Multiple casualties.
You can't get me.
Redeploying. Who took my dentures?
I am here to abduct you.
Bye-bye, bad guys.
Water.
Oh my gosh.
This isn't Valorant.
Some dirt on it. Let's go.
10 seconds.
Push him back or answer to me.
Nice. Oh my gosh. Did I have the most healing as Baptiste?
Nice.
Took me way too long to do that.
Play of the game.
I literally only focused on what do you call that? Healing. Lava. Bruh. The lava got wine, that's it. Lava. La, 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 la.
Let me check my Riz.
Your what?
68% Riz.
Oh, it's not even 67 or 69.
It's right in between both.
Yeah, that means you're neither nor. It's so sad.
Low rolls.
You need to help me with those.
Oh yeah. It's pretty easy.
Easy for you.
Select a map.
Shit. Okay, Paraíso. Paraíso. Who the fuck picked Esperanza? And who the No, no, no. You people are bad. Bad.
Thanks for the 15 stream streak, Otter. That's
gosh.
crazy.
I was about to say fuck so loudly.
Now traveling to Paris.
Oh, he's. Isn't that a K-pop idol's name?
Good morning.
早上好.
Time to save the world.
Oh no, there's so he left. Okay.
Oh, no.
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
Oh my gosh.
Stick together. Let me take the hits.
I'm gonna go with someone called Cactus.
Time is money, they say. And I'm not keen on wasting either. You will know my vengeance. One hand gives, the other takes away. Brilliant.
5, 4,
If for Ramatra.
2, 1. Attack commences.
Ooh!
Enemy turret destroyed. Fail.
Enemy turret ahead.
Come on.
Or element over here.
No time to waste. We need to
Taking the
get our
point, if
points.
you care to join. There's the enemy turret. Take it out. Enemy turret is no more.
You thought I was for the punch?
Bruh. Right, that was able to make you survive 2 hours. It's crazy. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I gotta lock in. On me. Check out this new tech. Over there. Keep going, Nick. Just saved him already.
Wow, good go out, let it be. Amazing.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
Hello there. Focus up and move the payload. Understood.
For the parched.
Hello.
I'm gonna stay with the
You know what?
payload.
Can, but I prefer if you should try. Oh shit! Ah, my god, that's unfortunate. I'm glad that you know you were so dead at that moment.
Payload stalled. Get on it.
Enemy turret's not gonna bother us anymore. Initiating defense matrix.
Enemy turret within my sight.
Bro,
Probably learn a better tank.
why did you try to find out? I think I can come right now. Oh, nice. Bro, every time I'm out, the doomfist comes to my face and just cuts me off.
It's only a warm-up.
We need to somehow get to the point now. I can't. Yeah. Let's try.
Play of the game.
Oh, it's not your out. Oh, sorry.
What?
Bro, you got 3k. No, what? That was only a 2k.
Yeah. It's weird.
Dang it.
I had like
Daddy.
2 good outs.
Right. Oh, I thought she got like a 4k or some shit like that. That's why. That was so anticlimactic. Oh my gosh, that was such a boner kill. All these maps are good, so I don't fucking care. Dorado.
Orato.
I played this map before.
No.
Oh, it's fine. Trust.
Should I try something else? I don't really know anything else. So,
Suggestions? Try someone like maybe Orisa's a good start. Yeah.
Only in unity can we find strength.
Javelin.
Will we ever rid the world of evil, Zenyatta?
As long as there is free will, I fear there will be evil.
But denying free will is also evil.
Quite a puzzle, isn't it?
It's a puzzle, isn't it?
Follow my lead. I've been through more of these than I can count.
Five, four, three, two,
Oh my gosh.
attack. Mercy.
Let's go.
I will destroy.
Who's that thing? It's a Malga. Where is the Malga?
Oops, I used it.
They're here. For Orisa's out, right? When you out, you can stay for long, like it will just spin for it like longer. The longer it spins, the more damage it deals, lah. But then also that means people can run out. So, and you can't move during that period of time. Oh my god! Bro, you pinned down the tree. Yeah.
No time for R&R. Push that payload.
I am under attack. And I'm using cheese. Good effect on hostiles.
not bad.
Who took my dentures?
Wow, my dentures, yeah.
Good things make good neighbors.
No idea what I'm doing.
You're doing it right, you're doing it right. Whatever you're doing, you're doing it right. Shoot him, just shoot him. Nice.
Nice.
I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. He ran past you and you didn't even turn back.
I was busy shooting Bob.
Oh my god, ignore Bob. The Bob guy's worse.
Failure is a chance to grow. Do I think?
Get out of my way or I'll run you over.
Well, you need to go inside the circle. Yeah. Oh my god, that's what that.
No, I got lifted up. At least I got it.
Bro, who the hell is our freaking...
I will never rest.
Our... Bastion a bit the...
Move the payload.
Oh my god. I just looked
My
at
spawn
their
damage
score.
is not bad. Right. But I've been healing him for nothing, he's not even doing anything.
Is he watching?
Not good. Wow, we got just trapped there, and then we can't even hide.
My allies need me.
Fred and Bob, do some.
Just aim for the right.
Beware my magic tree.
What? He can ignore my hinder? You try to do it when there's more people around.
There were like 2 people, but they left the range.
So yeah, you need to like because it's like a
60 seconds.
disposition for them as well. Because you push them to the middle, but they also have dashes on. Oh my gosh, amazing. Oh, I love you so much.
Its destination. Victory.
Yay.
Play of the game.
What? Whoa. Oh, die already, okay.
Nice. Not bad.
Yeah.
It
What do you
is
think of
my
Orisa?
duty.
Fun?
What? Yeah,
Start.
yeah.
The
I guess I'll
silent.
need to learn. No, I think my friends wanted to play something. Let me ask if they want to play Valorant. Then we could.
Oh,
Do you have Valorant installed? You do, right?
Choose your mouth.
no, I do. I mean, we just started a match.
No, that's
Oh.
fine. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Now arriving at Phoenix. Only in unity will we find strength. Find your strength. We are soon to need it.
Do not get in my
If I
way.
see I lose you on this man, I'm gonna lose it.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Let's get this done.
Very tired if I lose you.
Enemies over there.
Oh, it's a sim.
What is that flying drone thingy? What?
That's cat. Oh my god, they have the turret duel. Bruh, they have the turret duo.
You cannot escape me.
I'm on fire! Is Evie watching?
Unassailable pro.
Supercharged and on fire!
I tried to.
Missteps still lead forward.
Where are you? Oh,
I don't have my thruster thingy from WuWa. I missed that.
Face my mace. Mace to the face.
okay.
Enemy turret within my sight.
Maybe you should just stay out of my way.
Experience taught me.
Mace to the mace to the mace to the mace to the face. Enemy in sight.
The enemy's got a turret.
Enemy turret neutralized.
Breaking them down. Feel the onslaught. Coming through.
What is yeah, I'm not doing it. All radiance.
That starts then.
I learned from my mistakes.
Good fences make good neighbors.
Go get them, Tiger. Locked down.
Bruh.
I'm overloading.
Let's group up.
My allies
Come
need
over
me.
here.
The enemy. Destroy them.
Face my mace. Mace to the face.
Bro, we need to. There's so many turrets.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Round lost.
Now DPS also not taking care of the turrets.
0-1.
What the heck?
Systems online. Weapons ready.
The best laid plans have backup plans.
Oh, by the way, if you use your E, right, you can actually push people back.
Capture.
Just push. What?
Yeah, and use your E. You can push people like your enemies back and also your speed up. So you should use it when you're running to places. Yeah.
I don't know. Oh my god, it starts.
The enemy has a turret.
The turret caught me.
The world still needs defending.
Enemy turret destroyed.
You are under my protection. Behind the back. Missteps still lead forward. Step back.
We don't want to have your R.
98.
Wait, no out first.
Have my out now.
Yeah. Let me out you, then you go out.
Okay.
Help me! Oh my god! Bruh, no one helped me at all! I was there!
Oh, the turrets. Oh.
Oh, I spent 2 of them there, what the heck? Bruh.
Hi, Jay.
Hey,
Nice
game!
bits.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm clear of the game. Wow. Ah! Hey, thank you for the bit! Oh my gosh. Why are you so rich, dude? Why are you so rich? Are you, bro? I just got back to Singapore.
It is
I will play
my duty.
Overwatch. Oh my god, I just realized I don't have my toggle. I'm not using my toggle.
What toggle? Oh, the
My gaming toggle.
gaming.
Yeah. Wait, Jay, we need to schedule another supermarket together. Why are you laughing?
The only time I played that game, we just spent the entire time like hitting each other with brooms.
Bruh, I'm doing my job. I don't hit people with brooms. It's you people. And by you people, I specifically looking at Jay, but like, you know.
Jay stole my glasses.
Steal your glasses? Oh my god, I'm gonna see hot man's bare face. Oh. Question you. We got low Circuit Royale. Who the fuck is picking Coliseum? Who fucking wants Coliseum? That's such a joke.
What's the difference between push and escort?
So push is like both sides get a chance to push the card. So you need to like get off the point. You need to get the enemy off the point in order for the thing to push more. It's so fucking annoying. I hate it so
I'm
fucking
gonna
much.
go back to team for now.
Go ahead. I'm gonna go back to Sombra as well. You do have a habit of hitting people with the brooms in games. Yeah, I know. I am the victim. Yeah, let's schedule it.
Time to save the world. Game on.
My gosh.
This should be a place of reflection and learning. This saddens me
Weep.
that it is in danger.
Weep. Weep. Weep.
Five, four, three, two, one. Round one. Capture the
Why do you have a mic icon on top of your head?
What?
You had a mic oh, because you were using the...
Was that what?
You had a mic icon on top of your head.
I do.
Did not anymore.
Oh my god. I can't believe she's trying to 1v1 me like that.
Neutralizing projectile.
Maybe let's attack the objective.
I think for real.
Maybe let's attack the objective.
What? Wait, did no one got the objective?
No.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
The objective is ready for action.
Okay. That is such a too focused in the game. Really. Oh my god, there's three of them.
Nothing gets past me.
I'll show you meta. Right, this diva is such a joke.
Oh my god.
Take some boys.
Oh, nice. Just getting started.
She did the equivalent of walling yourself on the spike as Sage.
Pressing Q! Yeah, but like you don't fight back, so I end up kind of.
Did I scare you?
After you feel how you want to feel. I don't really care.
Genial.
Does that make you feel even worse? I hope it does.
congratulations. Well, maybe I gained a little too.
Oh my gosh, my back hurt.
Thanks for the sub, Jay.
Yippee.
3, 2, 1.
Diving in.
Round
I
2.
think you should have a Founders badge. I don't think I've had more than 10 subs.
Do I have to phone this back from yours?
Yes, you definitely should. You were like my second or third sub.
Really? Oh my gosh, okay, sure. Why are we not taking the point?
I'm on the point, but oh my god, I'm knocked out. Oh,
Okay, why is the diva here?
I can now use the cute emotes. Yes, you can. Oh my god. How do I get up? Oh.
What else is new?
Oh no. Oh, I was about to say how were you alive for so long? Damn.
Don't kill Tana.
Yeah, you can use cute emotes. Isn't that so cute?
Get to my level.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Bro, that was so hard down there. What's the English for it? It's so excessive.
Yay! Yeah, you got the bits emote too.
Okay.
On the way. Oh my god, I'm so good. No.
Oh my gosh, Jay, thank you so much for 100 bits. Again.
Don't kill Tana. You got this.
I was gonna say the J it stands for generous, but then I realized.
Generous is not. Hey, I'm just sexy, okay? But that's just something. Whoa!
so annoying.
We did it.
Oh.
Play of the game.
What did he fucking do? That's it. What?
These replays are
What?
about-
I got like a 3k there, and that fucking.
I best be off. Hope you both have an amazing stream. Thank you, Jay.
Country, my smiles.
Hope you have an amazing day too.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, you found no match.
Vote for your map.
Ooh. Lee Tong, obviously. Who fucking likes push? Actually, I don't know. Would you like push? Do you like push? Oh, hi Miza.
I'm fine with anything.
Oh my gosh, we just have to. Okay, after this we can end you back. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Is everything settled? Is everything okay?
Hi, Tay. Thanks for the
I talked
raid.
to what quickly. Yippee!
Oh, no.
Raiders.
Everyone's gonna see my noob Overwatch gameplay.
You should visit me in
Nah,
Korea,
you literally better. You got like 2
I'll
plus
show you
games.
true
already.
hospitality, Korea style.
Yeah, I guess I'm not doing that bad. Thanks for the raid, everyone.
2 or 3, right? 2 or 3, right? 3 already, I think.
What? 3 what?
3 of the games.
I think 2 both as a soldier.
One. Round one. Capture the objective.
We go here. Yeah, by the way, raiders, if you need to raid and run, it's like 1 AM at home. So feel free to do so. I'm probably gonna be playing till like 3 or 4 AM. You know, what's happening? I have no idea what's happening. Oh my god.
Yeah, go fast. Oh! Hi, Team I thought. Did I call you Tay?
Yeah, you can call it. He's also from
Thank you
SG.
so much for the follow. He's also from SG?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I haven't found SG yet.
I'm gonna raid
Yeah,
and stay while I work. Okay. Oh my god. Alright. Oh my god, there's so many here. Oh.
I'm trying to kill you. Bruh, she bopped you back into the freaking hill.
I'm gonna get
If they want this point, they'll have to go through me.
I'll be lurking. Have a good stream. You're so pro Indian, man.
Is he Indian? Or
No, he's Singaporean.
Korean? What? Whoa! Oh wait, I wasn't even like dying. Why am I overreacting?
Now,
Yeah, just keep doing that. Just keep doing that. Yeah. Jump. Caw, you clockers!
is she like bird themed or something?
She's a Phoenix.
Wait, isn't there literally a character called Phoenix in... Oh my god.
Yeah. Bruh, you went in again. Bro, what do you mean I 5k healing and our other support has a new? What the fuck?
Just
Check
get
out this
more.
new tech.
My ultimate is ready.
I am going for...
The objective is ready for action.
Oh my gosh, no way. Bruh, you could have protected me! Why? Why you stand behind me? Bruh, I was trying to rest.
I have like no awareness in this game. I don't know where anyone is unless I see the big, like the health sign.
No,
HP
I
sign.
literally saw you. That's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna rest.
Yeah, I have like no awareness. I don't know who's beside me. The only time I notice my teammates is when they have like the HP, low HP sign.
I am fully focused.
I have my ult. Let me get there, please. No.
Nah, I need to go in.
Speeding up. Beat this quota.
Yeah, I got pulled down by the Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Laying in the objective without... Yeah.
Score 0-1.
Bruv.
Warm up those legs. We've got work to do.
Should I try Orisa now?
Oh, it says
This, this guy seems good. I've seen people play him and this guy too, but I don't know how to play them.
Cool.
What's the name? Mauga and Ramatra.
Ramasha and Mauga, yeah, they're good players.
That one Mauga was like wrecking us. Oh, there's a cat here. I was about to jump up. What? No! Which characters can throw you off the map? Lucio, Retreat.
Well, you literally, your character can.
I can with the E, right?
Yeah, you just need to push, like, use your E. And your javelin spear also can.
Yeah, with the full.
Quite slow. Can you come back there?
Oh no. I don't want to fall off. I'm so scared. Yeah, I think I was playing WuWa better.
Oh, I just realized I have my perk and I didn't use it. Okay.
What is my perk? Regenerate. This seems good for the ultra.
Experience total
Oh my gosh, okay, that was so far down.
Have suffered. Your torment will outlast the stars when the universe dwindles into dust.
Why is someone like giving us a monologue right now? What the hell is happening? Yeah, I don't think I'm very good at Orisa.
Let's try.
Not bad. Damn, you did like 9k healing.
Yes, please, Misa, come in. I cannot do this random.
Yes, please carry us.
You can.
Yeah,
Come
this-
back
like
if
this-
you want to meet me. Thank you.
Oh, I
I
got
have
nothing.
a loot box.
Put your loot box. You might get something good.
I have no idea what this is. Or Grimar name card. Kaboom. Okay. Sure. Thanks for the daily check-ins.
I'm
Yay.
good. Oh, the last weaver is cute.
Life Fever is cute. I know, right? Oh my god, wait, yeah.
He is.
What?
Okay.
Alright, cat's eye.
Thanks for the hydrate and the stretch and the posture check. And the headpads. Does headpad work? I did change some stuff with it yesterday.
Wait, guys,
you.
can we
I
watch
did it
Pinky
too.
Up? Can we watch Pinky Up first?
Sure.
Ah. Chat, we're gonna
I
watch
don't think the
Pinky Up.
headpad
Okay.
worked, did it? There you go.
Game audio is gonna be this one. Okay. We are gonna watch Pinky Up together.
How do I watch it together?
I'm gonna show you on this Discord.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Wait,
Are you
I
guys
need
ready?
to share my Discord on stream then. Let me see. Okay, I'm watching your stream. Let me full screen it. And now let me share it on OBS.
This is the whole process.
Yeah.
Okay. Chat,
Yes.
get ready. Get ready?
Yeah.
No! That's crazy. Whoa. Yeah, Chad, that's it.
That's it. Pinky up.
What do you think?
That's crazy, Chad.
I'm not sure about the English.
What? I personally think it's a good song, but it's also you know, it's also
Hey.
I just gotta listen it to it like on repeat for the rest of the stream just to get myself used to it.
Okay.
Alright, chat, let's continue with
Let's go. Win.
we gonna win.
Oui, baguette. Oui, baguette, croissant. It's me.
Bonjour, je m'appelle.
I'm gonna select
Bonjour.
TPS only.
Bonjour, je m'appelle.
Je mets ça. In general, we don't say je m'appelle. We say je suis, Misa.
Ah, je suis.
Je suis, Misa.
Wait, what's the difference?
I have a big question for you, Dork.
What?
Why your name is Dork?
Because it's such a dark.
Yeah.
People really call you Dork?
Yeah, some people do.
Okay. Oh shit.
One extra Z.
Yes.
50%.
Because I'm sleepy. Oh, you see? Oh yeah. No way.
It's a hit or miss.
I'm in the middle. This one.
Yeah, if you do it with something
Did you
else.
shoot someone?
Doesn't have to be a username. You can just put anything like love Overwatch or something. I think there's a cooldown on it, maybe. Just try now. It should be.
Does it work?
I think there was a cooldown on it. Try again.
Wait. Let me post emotes, or I will say you write the same thing.
I see. What is the cooldown?
It doesn't love
on
me.
it?
Okay.
Oh, wait, the cooldown. Okay, maybe I have like a to prevent spamming. Let me check. Love percent.
Tech stuff, I could never.
Commands, love, cooldowns. Yeah, there's a 1 minute user. Let me just make that like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Try now. It
Wait
should
for me.
work. I've set it to like a 1 second global cooldown and a 5 second user cooldown. 93% in love with cat.
Aww.
I love cats so much.
Yes.
Oh, I have another one in mind. That's my favorite Pokemon.
42% only. 40% only. Oh my days.
Wait. No. Oh, Sen wants to join. My roommate.
Your roommate wants
My
to join
roommate. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Invite.
Oh no, that's even lower.
Join the server.
More Frenchies.
Do you want to join the server? Oh wait, I have them added as friend already. Oh,
You have them?
yeah.
You can send them the VC if you want.
Huh?
Baguette.
Wait. How do I send VC? I don't have their Discord now.
Tell me, I will send him as you want.
No love.
Okay, hold on. Are they a streamer? Is your friend
No,
a
I don't
streamer?
think so. He will not stream. He is a streamer.
Wait, your friend is a streamer?
My roommate.
Your roommate's a streamer?
Yeah, you already play with him.
Wait, if your friend if your roommate's a streamer, then I'll give them a streamer role. Otherwise,
Yeah, but I don't think he will stream right now. Same for me.
I mean, don't need to be a streamer. Like, don't need to stream now. But is he a streamer?
Yeah, he is.
He is, huh? Okay.
He is. But you already talked with him. You even sent him a message.
I did.
Oh my god.
When?
When we play for the tournament with Shin. You will see.
Bro, hold on. I can't even find you right now. I'm so lost.
My roommate. Oh my god.
Okay.
Chanel, il déplace.
Wait, I have him edit. Hold on. I don't remember who I anymore.
Bro is so confused.
Is it the Zender's son? It is, right? Xerxes' son.
Thanks for the daily check-in, Joe.
Crazy.
How's your night? How's your day?
Join the
Let's
vocal
take
and
it
he will try.
I can't.
You can't? Oh, you can join.
I have no channel.
Wait, he has no channel? Wait.
No role. Okay, wait. Let me just give him the roles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Okay.
Let's go here.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Ah.
Sorry. I look you forgot.
I just gonna escape the 1,000 million, but it's okay.
Midday right now is good.
Alright,
How's your
let's
night?
go. We're gonna get carry.
Yeah.
Let's go. Double carry. Pinky up.
My night is going well.
Do you remember him now?
I took a nice nap in the evening. Then I woke up and you invited me to play
I think you
Overwatch.
forget me.
He forget you.
So now we're playing
I feel
Overwatch
betrayed,
on
but it's okay.
stream.
He's laughing.
Good way to spend it, yeah. First time Overwatch with friends. I would never play a game like a competitive game alone. I don't play Valorant alone. I don't play Overwatch.
Yeah, I cannot play Valorant or Overwatch alone on that.
Same. I don't like it.
Must play with friends, then it's fun. Play alone is just like, what, CN, you know?
Choose your man.
What do you guys want?
Oh,
Second one.
I did.
First Circuit Royale. Oh!
Thanks for the handbag.
For the follow. Was it you?
Sorry, I
Was it
missed it.
you?
Yeah, it's me. I didn't follow back next time. I'm a shit. Oh!
Prepare to attack.
Jeez.
Select your hero.
Welcome in, welcome in.
You can spot me if you want.
I can't. What?
Oh. It's
you?
Lisa says that. It's not me.
No, sorry, I didn't even know what you said. I'm sorry. I genuinely didn't know what you said. I heard spark you. What is spark you?
I think you may be like one letter off.
Safety's off.
It's Misa, don't worry.
Oh my god. Men. Alright, men. I love men. But why men? Men. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. But men. Oh, men.
I love men.
The goddess is here. Hey there.
What's happening?
What is this
Hey.
character? Oh, what the hell?
5, 4, 3.
Oh my god, Misa with her invincible and incredible and amazing Widowmaker.
200.
How much HP do these shields have?
I'm lagging a little bit. Is this
200 thing.
Who needs healing?
you're 200 big?
Yes, sir.
I'll try to repay the favor.
Oh, there's one down.
On the top,
Oh! Okay.
Emre.
I'll put this to work.
On your horizon. Just aim for the
Go for it, go for it.
My dentures.
Let's go.
Nice.
Good job.
The payload has reached.
Nice. We're killing it.
I'll try to repay the favor.
What was that?
Behind us, behind us,
Just aim for the head.
If I'm still standing,
Oh my god, everyone's dead.
Bro.
I'm hiding.
Bro. Damn. My bad, my bad.
I am hiding. Oh no.
Heroes are sitting up right now.
Silly human.
Just take me out, fella.
Okay, so like as a DPS, who am I supposed to target? Am I supposed to target the heals or the tank or?
Honestly, the other DPS.
Okay.
Or anyone basically. Anyone that
Yeah,
you can
yeah.
With this.
If you can get the support system better, I think support is like someone you should target.
Yeah, like we should have prioritized if there's multiple.
Tactical termination. Strike. That warms the bones.
Oh, many.
Love to see it.
Promise.
Thanks.
Oh.
You're mine now.
Who took my dentures?
Oh man.
I've seen tougher spots. Careful, there's more of them than us.
Why y'all two so quiet, by the way? Something happening. What's happening?
My gift to you.
Oh, I'm so bad.
Oh no.
You cannot escape me.
Ah,
60 seconds.
Who wants the second pork?
I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
We gonna move the payload or what?
Bro, not yet crazy either.
Pull it together. Who took my dentures?
I think like 3 of them went off the payload just to push me.
Yes, I wanted to follow you with my ultimate, but it didn't work.
Just aim for the head.
Climb on fire!
Pay attention or you'll wind up dead.
Why he's C9? Excuse me.
TNT.
Anti.
Empty.
Play of
What the heck?
Oh, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The cat.
Cat. Nice. Oh.
Let me turn my BGM back on.
Ba-da-ba.
It's drives. In the
Maybe
competitive stadium.
22.
What?
Yeah, so.
Asshole?
Hey ho.
Who, me?
Yeah, now. Is it better? Oh yeah, we don't hear me in your mic. And now, can you talk, Sam?
Oui, baguette, croissant, pain au chocolat, chocolatine.
Perfect.
Wow. What the world?
Michiko, can you do like a deathmatch during that time?
Okay.
Deathmatch, yeah. Oh no, okay. Oh yeah, oh good. I thought it was a game.
I'm gonna try something else then.
So you start playing the game this year, right? Good job. You scared me.
Oh no!
You might be dead. Yes.
It might be.
Step aside.
lead lost.
Okay.
Maybe a
Okay.
different angle.
Oh my god.
Hi.
How many shots was that?
Oh.
I'm really revenge
They still haven't seen my ace.
myself. Where are you?
Oh.
Crazy night, you're crazy.
This guy is like click shot, so he's closer to what you'd expect from Valorant. But it's
I
pretty
think it's
difficult.
good to hit skin as well.
I like it now.
Oh,
You killed me.
oh,
No, I need to revenge.
Select a map.
Guessing
At
everyone
least
likes
I
this.
killed dog one time.
if I see one flashpoint, oh my fucking god! My gosh.
What is hybrid?
So you need to take the point first, then after that you need to go and push the card.
I see.
Traveling
Or,
to
I mean,
icon.
defending also lah. But yeah, we're attacking so. Tapi Diva.
hunter needs a cause.
Let me try this on
There's
this
something
map.
on your mind?
Oh,
I'd be happy
we
to
have
lend an
only
ear.
100.
I would rather not.
Hi, sexy guy.
Are you
So
sure?
sexy.
I'm a
Nobody.
great listener.
Then hear what I just said.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
사랑해요.
The state of the world. Something has to change.
잘 지내서요?
Yo.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Fly, little butterfly. Oh my god.
Securing the point.
I'll put this to work.
I'm making popcorn.
Just getting started. Payload mobilized.
Now, I truly feel alive.
Oh my god.
What happened?
Finally have a aim today.
Look at us.
Uh,
Over here.
We're amazing.
Check.
Wow, you're popping off.
Oh, sheesh.
Hello.
Give me.
I can see you.
Daddy Suki.
Sorry, formation, go!
I got the one, Lamau.
Good faces make good neighbors.
Lamau?
Oh!
Oh, it's the wrong one.
Pushing the payload.
Only targeting weapon. Who target
I'm
who?
a man on a mission.
No idea. I am like just shooting.
Come on, Joe, play.
Look.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not
shoot me.
taking prisoners
Be
today.
careful, Freja, up there.
Oh, out.
You picked the wrong.
I'm making popcorn.
There, an enemy.
Yeah, why do we have wall hacks?
Because
Are you doing?
Get pizza. Give us all one.
Who took my dentures?
Bruh.
Ooh.
Hot
Okay,
Lamar.
we are spent.
Nice.
Good job.
GG.
Crazy.
She's so
Oh, she
good.
did?
SPF 15 is useless.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Crazy.
Who said bad teammate?
Did I not? I did not promote again.
Ah,
did I?
Lucio.
I forgot to promote again.
Oh. Did you also have a new a name banner for comp?
What?
Looks so good.
For comp?
I like it. Matt, I need the revenge. I need to kill Dork. Thank you.
Can I pet that dog?
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
I'm behind you, Lisa.
Lamar? It wasn't
Are you?
even
Oh.
Told you. I will revenge.
No fucking way. I was literally so low too. Oh. Lamar.
Bienvenue Aurélien. Let me defend. Na, 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 na.
Yeah. Up. Up. Picky up. Up. Picky up.
Welcome to reality.
Wow, we have Ruby. K-pop demon hunters.
My time to shine.
Oh hell yeah!
Rialto defense. Hi.
Oh, I still remember that time I was just damage boosting you. You pump.
Every soldier.
Let me play the baguette girl.
Ruby baguette.
I prefer to walk alone.
Baguette. Oh, but us.
Yes,
you
yes,
have
baguette.
Yuki. Yuki, you have a big ass.
I know, right? I actually have a
I'll
really big ass
accept
in real life
nothing
too.
less
Right.
than your best
Or
performance
top
out there.
Set up here.
I say I don't have a big ass.
So dark. Just turn around to see your house.
Yeah, I was looking at which character you guys are playing.
I'm talking about RL.
I mean, I wasn't focusing on that part, but sure.
Oh my god, my ass was so big, it literally covered my friend's face. I'm not even kidding.
Win. Okay. Can someone heal me?
So you're the efficiency.
Thank you. Okay, let me revenge now.
Oh non, mon petit Luffy.
Come get healed.
Go with it. Oh, putain.
I'll put this
One, 2 times in a row. Oh, it's not a widow who killed me, it's the Kiriko, what the fuck?
Behind us.
That was torture hard.
He keeps switching his stance.
If I'm still standing,
Oh
I'm
man.
still fighting. We're outnumbered. Stay sharp.
Thank you.
The enemy team is pushing the payload.
Is there a range on Soldier 76's?
I'm dead.
Oh no!
Passing judgment.
Be careful.
Let's see what it.
I've got hands. Who needs them?
No spirits allowed!
Constructing my barrier. Shower.
60 seconds.
You trying to get yourself killed?
Still got some fight in me.
Pay attention.
Divine.
Passing judgment.
Raising initiative.
Who took my dentures?
Just aim for the red. You're so cooked.
It's just so chaotic for me.
Let's get it.
Oh my gosh, I died.
Oh my god.
You'll be okay, Mizuki.
I can't.
I
The
rubbed
shield.
some dirt on it. Let's go.
Anyone feel like stopping the payload?
Dead. go.
GG.
Yep.
Crazy.
So intense.
Oh, I was lagging there too. Oh my god.
Yep, you were. Oh, I thought it was you.
Was so good.
Get in the magic circle.
Get in the magic circle. No, we didn't.
Kill. Yep. Isn't that late for you, Yuki? Or even for you, though, actually.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, what?
Now
When is
traveling.
Isn't that late for you?
Yeah, it is. It's like 2 a.m.
Nah.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Yeah, I stay awake late, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell?
Lamau, you just stood there and took it. Damn.
I was like, where did he go?
Where are you?
Redeploying.
He doesn't know how venture works, that's why.
Someone's above. Oh, no, I'm gonna get deleted.
Heals coming up.
Where the hell do you go? Wow, I'm lagging.
Oh, so close. I was like, if she's healing, I'm gonna heal
That is
too.
crazy. Okay, let's go.
Even love.
Vote for your map.
Busan. Go to Busan.
Idios.
No. I wasn't. Oh, I already visit Busan, actually. Imagine it was me. Oh, wow. I would be so happy.
Just
You're gonna
imagine.
make back there.
Bitch.
Everybody will hate you.
Yeah, of course. And I would love it.
Wait, can you tell who voted for what?
No.
Oh, I'm tank.
Thank you.
I'm going
Thank you. Really French
Thank you.
word.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Every soldier needs a cause.
I don't know what I should play, actually.
Right, people, let's go and kill them all.
Maybe let's me train some soldier.
If you're going to die, do it when I'm not looking.
Yeah.
Ayo.
One. Round one. Capture the objective.
Hustle up.
Oh, I love your skin. Funny, Larry. Looks so good. This one is really insane to play.
What's happening? What is happening? Why are they not coming in? I was so bloody confused. Who do they have on their team? Come on, they have a Bastion. Why do they not do it?
Check yourself or wreck yourself.
Redeploying.
I'm so confused.
Would you look at that?
Crafting a barrier. That starts there.
Who needs it?
Oh.
Oh, le fait on the left. Le million.
Yeah, shit out.
Heals coming up. If I'm still standing, I'm still fighting.
Martian, always
Check yourself or wreck yourself.
Who took my dentures?
Oh my god, almost out there.
Watch yourselves.
I can't get away with this.
Gotta fight.
Like it.
Get on the ball.
Fetching is useless.
What?
Score 0.
Edge.
No, that was close.
Attends, ça. Ah oui, décorer ça.
Nice augments. They must have cost quite a bit.
You have no idea.
Everyone, heal up.
This one, I think I can.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
We need to turn this around.
They'll regret that.
Skin on road code. First time I saw it.
Why are we eating this so quiet? Move out.
Oh shit, I'm back.
Check yourself or wreck yourself. Check yourself or wreck yourself.
Redeploying.
What the fuck?
Come get healed. I'm not taking prisoners today.
I tried to save you. Beautiful.
I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
I am looking down the objective.
We'll be in the bit together there.
Stay out of my way.
Lemillion is low.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Disrupting. Target's locked. Open fire. Not so fast. That starts then. What?
Who took my dentures?
Check yourself or wreck yourself. Go get them, Tiger. Check yourself or wreck yourself.
They'll regret
Oh,
that.
nice.
Be uplifted.
Powered up.
Attack the objective.
Who took my dentures?
Nice.
That warms the bones.
Let's go.
Nice.
Oh, that wasn't it.
I'm so
I was so lucky.
Bro, I'm doing so much damage and you. What's happening?
Oh, how I envy those solar threads in your hair.
A pretty eye had to settle for 24 carat.
It is not a fashion statement.
Oh, no. I suppose not to someone with such a practical sense of style.
It's about to get real.
Greetings. 5, 4, 3, 2,
Wow, this map is.
1.
Pindah.
Where is it all?
Tiga. Tiga. So.
Ah, the final round. And a memorable one, I hope.
No.
Oh shit!
That starts there. What? Recharging.
I did the same just before.
It's about to fall.
Or wreck yourself.
Oh, the fuck?
What?
Who took my dentures?
Go get them, Tiger.
Sebastian, oh my god.
Yep. He's good. I never really played Sulu. This character is really insane. For nothing.
Sebastian ever. Oh. Which may open them up.
If I'm still standing,
Are you kidding?
I'm still fighting.
Just make you look. Oh!
Check yourself or wreck yourself.
Oh, our Rift is having a rough time.
I rubbed some dirt on it. Let's go.
Yep.
Power up.
Beach!
No, I'm sexy. Oh, don't call me.
And annoyed.
We need to get to the point.
Yes. Wash.
Who took my dentures?
Go get them, Tiger.
What was tough? But we did our best. And TNT.
Ah, let's try.
Let's try.
You know, let's try. What is it? Wow.
Or wreck yourself.
Crazy, crazy.
Job well done.
Those crazy ones.
And this one?
Oh no. Wow, 98.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Always your Asian princess. Another night. Don't forget the death match.
Oh, right. Dark, he's gonna kill him.
Now traveling.
Doki, where are you?
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Oh no.
Hey,
I
hey,
don't
hey.
like Tracer.
I'm just moving around. Excuse me. I'm not even shooting.
Crap!
I just wanted to zoom across. I want to zoom across the map. Come down. Oh my gosh.
Select a map.
My day. So rude.
Blizzard World. I didn't play Blizzard World today.
Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
No, Hollywood! Okay.
Okay, that's amazing. Play ya. Hola. Widow. Oh my gosh, yes, I play a Widow, please.
Every soldier needs a cause. Who's ready to have some fun?
I'm feeling right as rain.
Look at the state of the world. Something has to change.
I am here to support.
Five, 4, 3, 2,
Is that?
1.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. I'm sorry. I was answering someone. I'm coming back fast. I know you have it. And if you don't, bye bye. I'm here.
What the fuck?
He is really down here. Oh, you dead?
I've seen tougher spots.
Oh my god.
I gave you a chance.
Oh, I accidentally all tapped out.
They can't get away with this.
On the right. Is Cascade.
Next one.
Alright, that helps. That warms the bones.
Good night.
Oh god.
Oh shit! Sorry. Oh my bad.
I'm still fighting.
I have no idea what you guys are apologizing for.
My bad. Ah, it's you something. I'm sorry. I woke up her.
That was something.
Let me change actually. I'm not for focus with her.
Bro, our tank is not helping us push out. There's nothing we can do.
It's past irrelevant.
Ah.
Yeah, you can complain, you can.
It's 6:30.
The CD is so tough to play.
Yeah.
I'm against.
Hurt already?
I think McCree's, yeah. Right, there's a lag. I'm telling you there's a lag. It's fucking with me right now.
No spirits allowed!
Bye-bye, bad
I've seen tougher
Get in the
spots.
magic circle.
Mock formation, go!
Get used to this feeling.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Where's who? They want me so badly. Take this. And me because I was looking.
Play of the game.
Can't keep a good ape down.
Vote for a map.
Para eso.
I hate this map so much.
Welcome to this.
Let me keep trying on that. Oh, bad skin. Oh. Keep it. Oh my god, oh, look at my skin when you can.
Okay, what happened?
So ugly, oh my god.
Every soldier needs a cause.
Oh my god! Why the Ultraman?
Oh, the eyes, why? Oh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
Oh, I can.
Try to show some discipline out there.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Genshin playing over there.
Enemy in my sights.
How people play like this, yeah?
Oh, fuck.
No.
push it any farther.
We've lost the lead.
Redeploying.
Behind me, sir.
Behind.
They're pushing ahead. Take them out. Guard.
Let's go here.
Subject guard.
Oh, you okay? Oh, let's go. Merci.
Heals coming up. Still got some fight in me. Over there. Aim where they're going.
Making fine progress with our barricade.
Biotics deploy.
Your team is
We're catching up.
Beware my magic tree.
My ultimate is prepared. I'm on fire.
Innovations and progress. I require healing. Sharper than words. My ultimate is prepared. I'm here. Keep fighting.
your team has taken the lead.
They'll have to try harder than that.
I'm on fire.
That starts then.
They can't get away with this. All right, that helps.
Numbers guard.
Let's get a noise violation.
Why are we around our base and not there?
They
Strange.
took it from us.
Shields online.
Oh my gosh, I did.
Redeploying.
Oh, it's almost.
No, what the fuck? He was chasing me.
Enemy on the move. Stop them.
Tu vas laisser là.
Enemy
En fait, ils sont morts.
They're getting close. Let's make our stand.
Well, Doc, when he do like this kind of stuff, he rejects your
Yeah.
bullets.
If I'm
So
still
don't hit him
I'm
every
still
time.
fighting.
Your team
That deals a lot of damage.
The enemy has stolen our lead.
Everyone heal up.
Moving the barricade.
you guys stay for a long.
They'll regret that.
Let's get a noise violation!
Administered. Empowered perfection. Passing judgment. Serving faith.
He loves me.
One behind.
Good. Push up. Let's push it.
They can't get away with this.
Keep pushing, keep pushing.
That starts there.
Beware my magic tree.
How does she expect us to kill her?
Whoa.
Bruh, that freaking thing just keeps hiding in that one corner. How are we supposed to fucking heal her?
Still got some
Oh my
fight.
days.
30 seconds.
We have to meet their push and stop it.
Panopticon is not yet ready.
Who took my dentures?
We always have a thing defense on top. Too much behind. Okay, ditch. Grab his that's it.
Stay with the robot. I refuse to fail now. On my order. Activating defense array. Sharper than words.
Let's get a noise violation!
Bye-bye, bad guys. Passing judgment.
Magic tree.
Chin, 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 chin.
Can this thing just focus on the point? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's absolutely. Oh my god, but it's so fucking stupid. Oh my god.
Oh no, please. Please pass, pass this, pass. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
And you're gonna ask her to this match.
Arriving at Shadow Realm.
I keep pissing people off.
Every
Yeah,
soldier needs a
Oh,
cause.
where are you? You know what? Let's do like a break and kill him together, okay?
Okay.
Who? Who? Me?
Emery.
Put Emery. Get Emery. Where's Emery?
Wow, people hate me so much.
Justice reigns from
Oh,
the
okay. I
ground.
killed Emery.
Okay, so
No, I can't.
I'm so ready to kill you.
KIA.
Crazy. I can't play this game, sir. What? Oh my god, that's gonna be shit out of me. Oh my god.
Still got some fight in me.
Bien sûr.
Bruh, I keep pressing my thing and it wouldn't activate. That's so stupid.
Do hot dog. It's too much.
It's too much.
You think okay. You know what? I will check.
Who took my dentures?
Oh no! It's no! You kill me like that!
Vote for your mouth.
Up. Pinky up. Up. Pinky up. Up. Pinky up.
Now entering Midtown.
No, attack.
Midtown.
Every
Okay.
has a cause.
Let's play like a bitch.
Have I seen you around the
Play like a
oncology?
bitch.
My creator
Yeah, I'm a
Evie
bitch.
spoke at a conference there.
Ah, yes. I didn't know what was more impressive. Her presentation on ferrofluid injectors, or her appetite for dumplings at dinner.
If we're working together, I won't tolerate you playing games with me.
Hi, relax. What? You don't trust me?
I don't trust anyone. Not anymore.
Then we'll get along after all.
Non, attendez, n'y allez pas, Don't go, don't go.
Oh. Whoa.
Come get healed. Securing the objective.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
Not touch anything.
Biotic healing ready for use.
Where's that head?
Spotted them.
Oh, what the heck?
They'll regret
I will
that.
deliver this payload safely.
up some dirt.
Oh, there was one behind as well. Oh my gosh.
Let's group up. Over here.
I just want to use my ult to change.
Everybody stand very still! Yeehaw radio!
Turn that damn music down.
Hydrate or dihydrate!
Redeploying. Shoot through the big glowing tiger. The rocket guy.
Keep up. Better be a good excuse for this hold-up.
I'm not taking prisoners today. I've seen tougher spots. Pay attention or you'll wind up dead.
Oh my gosh, why did I keep Abby so late?
I don't quit.
This is brilliant.
$25%
Grab
in longer
the payloads
Overwatch.
in my hand.
Passing judgment. Serving face.
Someone that don't love Overwatch, come on. I have no idea what more than half of these characters do.
Redeploying.
Like most of them. The one BB, the enemy called BB, I don't know what that guy does.
Go get
them. Yeah. Something else. Oh my gosh, the sun's watching it.
Why she did that?
My bad, y'all. Or something.
Oh, good.
Y con esta Yeah, it's gonna make some food if I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop here also.
Bon appetit.
Alright.
Are you also gonna stop?
You do, Jack. You stop us up. Thank you for the game. Thank you.
I'll probably play my gacha dailies now.
You do that. What gacha do you play?
I play Genshin and Wuthering Waves.
Ooh. I play both and Honkai Star, Arcknight, Enfield, and Keiju.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot.
That's
But I
a lot.
don't really do my dailies every day because, yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, I just play 2 and I do my dailies almost every day.
Ooh. Do you have a favorite character?
Not really.
Just chill and play like this?
Yeah. Like right
I see.
now, I guess in WuWa it would probably be Imeth. And Genshin, I don't really know. I've been playing Genshin for like 5 years, so too many characters.
Yeah, there's a lot. I think for me in Wuthering Waves it would be Phoebe, Sunny, and Brant. I like them a lot. Especially Phoebe, because she is really cute.
Yeah.
And I love the Sakura card style. I like it.
Yeah, the card captor Sakura, yeah.
Yeah, this one. And for Genshin, for me, it's Kenish, Felice, Navia, because Navia really looks like me with a story and even the style, like.
Yeah,
A lot.
Navi is really cute.
Oh, you're a bit left already, yeah. I wanted to say back to him.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Alright, bye bye. I'll also take a bit of a break and then
Bye bye.
continue. Alright, bye bye.
Bye.
Alright, I'll take like 5 minutes break. Maybe even less. Just get water and pee. And then I will be back with Genshin first. WuWa. Have I done my WuWa dailies? I think I did them before going to sleep yesterday, so probably Genshin first then. Let me launch the game before I go for my break. Thanks for the games, Misa. Hope you had fun. Even though I'm pretty noob, I didn't know how to play, but I think in terms of pure shooting, I didn't do that badly. I was shooting for the most part, so it's not like I was very bad at the game. But yeah, sometimes I didn't know. Thanks for the games. Well, let me switch my game. Doing my gacha dailies. Actually, I think I'll do WuWa first, but then my dailies won't have reset. In Genshin, I have the new region to explore, so we'll probably play that for like an hour. Okay, let me update my stream title. Hello, hello, I am back. Let me just... Alright. I think I have a command for that too, right? Back. Yay, we're back from the break. Let me drink some water. Wait, do I need to refill my water? Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I think I need a refill. Where is the hot man on screen? Yeah, I went on a break, so I removed the model. He'll be back. Let me just refill my water. Okay, let me put him back for you. Sure. Where is my model? There it is. Hello, hello. Yeah, but I'll be back in like 30 seconds. I'll just refill my water and be back. Alright, I am back now. Welcome back. Thank you, Misa. What time is it for you right now? It's getting pretty late for you too, right? I thought it was Misa. No, it's a different Misa. Not Misa VT. You should follow this Misa too. Do I have you in my auto shoutout list? Let me see. If not, I should add you. You know what, I'll just add you, and if it doubles up, then we'll fix it later. Okay. Oh, can I ask how you auto shout out? I need it. I use streamer bot for it. Do you use a bot, like a separate bot application that you run on your PC, like Mix It Up or a streamer bot? I can help you with that if you need. Maybe VoiceBot can do it. Yeah, I'm not sure about... I've only used StreamerBot myself, but yeah, I'm pretty sure other bots should have the option. Okay, should we first do our dailies? I will try to find it. If I don't, I will ask you. Yes, of course. Like, feel free to DM me on Discord. Do I need materials for anyone? I could level up this. I don't think he needs it, but... Oh, I'm so low on this. could do. Yeah, let's do Flint's. The sound effect is so satisfying. Navia babe. What is C tier stream? It's just a joke. It's like one of the streamers I follow called Duck Duck. He has that tag, so I don't know, I just copied it for fun. Oh no, ad break. I hope you guys don't get ads, but yes, I want Kinich, Navia, and Flint C6. I don't really pull for like constellations. Mostly free to play. I do get like the Welkin sometimes if I hear about some upcoming character that I really want, then I might get the Welkin the month before. But yeah, mostly I'm free to play. Like in 5 years, I've probably got the Welkin maybe like, I don't know, 7-8 times maybe. So not a lot, but yeah. Okay, let me just do this, I guess. Oh, I can craft this. Let's see, what about her? Maybe Durin also? I didn't get Durin. Was Durin right before Columbina? I think I was saving for Columbina, so I didn't pull for Durin. I want all the witches. Yeah, now I think the next character I'll pull is Nicole. I kinda wanted Warka too, but I didn't. I lost the 50-50 on his banner. That's why Durin should be good with them. Yeah. I think Flint's and Warka Flint's rerun was with Warka, so I first pulled for Flint's. I got him, and then I did like... wait, I'll just check my history. I think I lost my 50-50 at like 50 or 60 pulls, so... yeah, then I didn't have any more pulls. What character you want next? I think Nicole. I'll probably pull for her. She should be next patch, I think. I have Flint's C1 plus weapon. I have never pulled on the weapon banner because when I first started in like 2020, people said that it was a scam because it was back then. I think we didn't even have the fate system. But now we have the fate system, but it's not as good as the pity system because like obviously if you lose your like 50-50 kind of, if you get a fate point but then it resets when the banner resets, so yeah, it's not as good as the normal pity. So yeah, I've never pulled on the weapon banner. 0 pulls in like 5 years. As an F2P, it doesn't make any sense for me. On this one, I think I have like 60 something pity right now. 61. Yeah, 61. On Warka's banner, I lost to the acting grandmaster, Jean. Yeah, I got Flint's and then I lost to Jean. And then I pulled like another like 50 or 60 pulls, but I didn't get Warka, so now I'm saving for Nicole. I think Linnea is pretty good too, for I have Zibai and I will play Genshin at the same time as you. You make me want to farm. The sad thing is, I started playing Genshin because I watched this like small streamer who's from the US. So to play with her, I started on the Americas account, and yeah, then she stopped playing. So now like I'm kind of stuck on the America account, so I can't play with any of my Asia friends. I have to play on like 240 ping, but I mean ping is fine. I think unless you're doing like hardcore abyss runs with like perfect rotations, I don't think ping is a huge factor in Genshin. It doesn't really affect my experience that much, but yeah, it's just sad that I can't play with people in Asia. Well, most of my friends are in Asia. Your voice is so sweet, Dorky. Help me release all the stress I got the past few days. Oh. Yeah, I heard something about your landlord. I hope your issues get solved. I recently had to switch homes too. Like, at the place I was renting, the landlord wanted to do some renovations, so yeah, he couldn't extend the lease. So in March, I shifted to a new place. My previous place was like really good because I basically had the entire house to myself, even though I was only renting a room, because the landlord didn't live in the house. Like, he kept one of the rooms for himself, but he didn't live there. So he would visit like once a week to just clean up his room and the common areas, but like 99% of the time I would live alone in the house. So I was basically renting an entire apartment for the price of one room, which was really nice. But yeah, I had to move to a different place, and now I have flatmates, which is why I'm being kind of quiet right now, because it's like 3:30 a.m. I mean, I do have my own room, so it shouldn't disturb them too much, but yeah. Trail of Footsteps web event. Let me complete this. I think I only had one more thing to get from this web event. Alright, I think, yeah, I'm done with the web event, so let me close that tab. Alright. Yeah, I hope the things that are causing you stress go away as soon as possible. And what are we gonna do? Should we do this? What are you farming for right now, Misa? Do you follow like leaks in Genshin? Are you okay with discussing leaked stuff? Because I saw a really exciting leak yesterday, which was pretty cool. But if you don't want to discuss leaks, that's fine too. Yeah, like upcoming patches I do watch, but I forget to. So I saw this leak that there's the doctor, the Tore is gonna have a second weekly boss. I know there are two I need to see. Yeah, there's a leak that the Tore is gonna have a second weekly boss, and he's gonna like integrate with the Irminsul or something. So he's gonna use like the previous weekly boss. He'll summon the dragon, like the Natlan dragon boss and Raiden Shogun boss and stuff like that. Apparently that's what I knew the Tore was an end. And yeah, There was that glitch effect at the end of the quest. Might be a really big glitch, yeah.
Close your eyes. Observe. Night falls.
And it's gonna be fun to beat him up again. And hopefully actually end him for once. Like, he's one of those characters that you can't defend. He's just a bad guy. If you've read like the Genshin manga, and that he like tortures what's her name, Kole? Or Dorky, can you make your voice a bit higher because the game cover? Yeah, let me turn down the game. That's what I was gonna do. That should be better, I think. Let me check my levels. Yeah, I think that should be better. Wait, do you want to see the Totore leak? Because I think the boss splash art looks really cool. Thanks for the follow, Pom Pom Penguin. Welcome in. Okay, let me... Hello, SG Gang. Hi. Let me share this on stream. How have you been liking the new patch? We're gonna explore the new Temple of Space area in a bit, I think. I just wanted to show we're gonna discuss like a bit of leaks for the next patch, so if you don't wanna see that, please let me know. But yeah, I'm gonna share the... Yeah, this is supposed to be the splash art for the second Dottore weekly boss. It's not super high res, but yeah, he looks very like cyborgish. Damn, he looks like a menace. Yeah. Okay, let me go back to Genshin. Yeah, and I also saw like a short clip where he was like his fight animations they were showing off. So he was kind of reusing mechanics from previous boss fights.
Close your eyes. Be silent. Fear the dark.
Did you pull for Linnea, Chaska? No. I have a guarantee and I'm at like 61 pity, so I think I'm saving for Nicole next.
Close your eyes. The long sleep beckons. Be silent.
you get Warka? No, I lost my 50-50 on Warka to Jean. I got the acting Grandmaster instead of the Grandmaster. So yeah, I did like 60 more pulls after that, but I didn't get. Oh my god, same. I also lost to Jean. Oh no. Well, high five. Same gang. I mean, I was lucky enough to get, I had saved like, I don't know what, 120, 130-ish pulls. So I got Flynn's first on his rerun. Where is Mr. Flynn's? Yeah, I got Flynn's, and then I still had like 60-ish pulls left. No, more than that. I think I had like 100 pulls left. So then I kept pulling, and at like around 60-ish, I lost to Jean. Flynn's is really nice. Yeah, he's really strong. And I already had like Columbina and then Nefa. So yeah, I got Flynn's, and then I built my Sucrose, who I had ignored for the last 5 years. I wanted to go for his weapon if I got Warka, but I lost. Aww. Yeah, as I was saying before, I've been playing for like 5 years, but I've never pulled on the weapon banner because I'm one of the OG players who knew when the weapon banner was a complete scam. So even now, I don't really like the fate system. It's kind of a scam. I mean, it's better than before, obviously. But if you can't guarantee like 2 weapons, then yeah, it really used to be so bad. Yeah, there was no fate system either, so there was like absolutely nothing. Yeah, and after that they added 2 fate, and then now it's kind of good, but it's still not as good as the pity because it doesn't carry over, you know. Whereas in the character banner, it carries over to the next banner when it switches. But here, you know, if you have a fate point, you can't pull the weapon, then you just lose it. So yeah, I've never pulled on the weapon banner in like 5 years. It's really about time they took from other Oyo games. Yeah. Like the 2 gacha games I play are Genshin and WuWa, and WuWa's weapon banner is like the exact opposite. It's guaranteed. So yeah, I pull on the WuWa weapon banner quite often. WuWa banner is really good too, yeah. Okay, let me just craft this for my dailies. And then we'll go explore the Temple of Space.
Add Astro. Thank you for completing today. Add Astro.
Okay. Domain challenges, debug, all of this is fine, I think. Let's see, what's this? Okay, this I'm done with this event. What is, oh, this is for the Pyramida quest for the Ratnik. Okay, let's go to the Temple of Space stuff now. Okay, let's start from the center. How many doors are there? 3 doors? My man Flins. Hello, JD. Yes, it's your man, Flins. Do you want to hear his voice?
Greetings.
Wait, let me turn up the volume. I love him so much. Yeah, he's pretty cool and he's like quite eloquent in his words, which is nice.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire.
Bro is so eloquent. His ENVA is so funny. Yeah, I've seen like reels and stuff. A lot of the gacha game VAs like stream or do like funny stuff. The Enefa VA recently did an Enefa cosplay too on Enefa's birthday, and she read like the birthday message. I think she streams too, like quite regularly. Oh, we are running same party. Yeah, Flintz's best team. Okay, how much percentage do you get for each teleport waypoint? Okay, I'm at 22. %2 for each. That's pretty good. Okay, I want to go there now. Where is this? Oh, do we want to? Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, there's something down there too. His best team, yeah. What? Oh, I see. Acceleration links passed through. This reminds me of Fontaine Exploration, the underwater parts. They were basically the same challenges. Where is it taking me though? Oh, so bright. At 4 AM I'll probably... Oh my god, it's so bright I can't even see the rings properly. At 4 AM I'll probably switch to WuWa to do my dailies before I come back to Genshin. Just to take a little bit of a break. Oh my god, no space left in artifact inventory. This is like the most annoying thing about Genshin. And I complain about it every single day. I will never get tired of complaining about the artifact limit. I have never reached artifact cap. I've been playing for like 5 years, so yeah, a lot of artifacts. I reached the limit like, I don't know, a year ago, and then I have to keep removing some.
Goodness, how the world has changed. Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and
There's a
cranny
lot
come
of
into fashion?
collectibles here. I'm at 3 years, but I scrap a lot to craft new ones. Yeah, I don't have the patience to like... Wait, what? I don't have the patience to like look at the substats to decide which ones to remove. I only remove all 4-star ones, and like if I get a lot of like defense percent artifacts, then I just blindly remove them. But aside from that, I usually don't blindly remove artifacts. Where is this? Is it? It's probably at the top of the tower. That's fair. Some days I spend like hours. Yeah, I don't have that kind of patience looking at my artifacts.
Surge. Clean up this one's initiate. Absorption test.
Close your eyes. Night falls.
What? Did I just put it inside a cage? It's only when I'm trying to get good stats for a character. Yeah, I'm also at the point where I let him finish.
The march of the wild hunt will be sure to drag him into the darkness.
I'm also at the point where I kinda don't really spend a lot of time building characters.
Not to be sniffed at.
I just get characters, I get like mid builds as long as the main stat is fine, and there's like one. Let me see what I have on him. Yeah, it's like 7%, 47. I mean, mid build. Okay, this one's pretty decent. But yeah, I don't really spend a lot of time re-rolling. Like, look at this. This one has just 1 crit. But yeah, I'm not gonna spend time re-rolling artifacts. I'm permanently near artifact cap. Yeah, same here. I have a lot of half-build characters. Even then I get bored and I'll come back to this. Yeah, I just put in like the first set of artifacts that has like good main stat and maybe 1 good substat, and that's it. My build is done. I don't spend time refining my builds. I'm addicted to attempting to max their stats. Yeah, I've been there. Like, I think around Inazuma, I spent a lot of time like maxing characters. I was like doing Raiden's burst. I was doing like benchmarks on her burst, which team got the best damage and stuff. But yeah, I spent 3 hours rerolling echoes for Lokanu. Oh my god. Yeah, my Luke is still not properly built. I don't know if I even have the right set on Luke. Yeah, I think I have the right set, but it's pretty bad. I don't even know like Luke's rotations and stuff, so I don't know how to use him. I just got him, leveled him up to 90. Genshin has this like real fascination with fake short-haired characters. Like 99% of characters, you'll think they're short-haired, but then they have long hair. It's like I think pretty much all the male characters at least. Wait, does she have? Yeah, look at that. It looks like she has short hair, but then she has long hair. This is, okay, she doesn't look like she has short hair, but let's check the male characters, okay? Albedo, okay, Albedo is shoulder length hair, not a fake out at least. See, Zhongli looks like he has short hair.
Osmanthus wine
He
tastes the
has
same as I remember.
long hair. I think he has short hair, yeah. Kazuha, oh, ponytail, that's fine. He has short hair, I think. Venti has the twin tails. I think Wrightsley has short hair, right? Yeah. Kinich. Shoulder length. Mostly just press E, then click a bit until the E gives you a new shiny button. Do this until your ulti has 3 sparkly dots under it, then Alt. I see.
Wait.
See, I always thought she has short hair, but apparently she doesn't. Okay, anyway, let's... Okay, we'll try Luke. Maybe. What's his team? Luke Linne? Linne feels like a support for pretty much every La Hyrule character, I think. I really want Mornier on her rerun, but I think the Cyberpunk collab is coming in like 2 patches, in like 3.4. So I'm saving for that because, you know, collab characters probably won't rerun ever.
I insist.
Look, Linne Mornier is his best team, but can replace. I would like Mornier for my look team so I can stop sharing. Yeah, exactly. Shorekeeper is like. She's in like all of my teams. Sand statue. Yeah, this is really creepy. This reminds me of the Lewis, the sand, not sand, salt era. When the goddess of salt died and all the people were turned into salt statues. This reminds me, oh my god, JT, my mother. SK working overtime, yeah. Dude, I got a new laptop, right? And that has like a 5070. A 5070 mobile, which is about equivalent to a 5060 desktop, I think. But I can finally play WuWa with like I'm on my son, hello. But I can finally play WuWa with like ray tracing and stuff. Phantom, wow, my brain stopped functioning. It's alright. Did you have you been up all this time or did you wake up? I'm guessing you've been up this whole time. Too busy thinking about stats. Oh no. Specific areas. Okay. Construct brand new structures. So you basically steal sand from this. It's 4 AM right now, so I've been up all night. Yeah. Same here. Start. Is this an elevator? This area is so interesting. Spent the last hour trying to get some last minute additions to an online birthday card. Oh. Sent so many messages, Discord is asked. Oh my god, that's crazy. Happy birthday, JT. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. Yeah, I think he knows. He's just messing with you. It's not until end of June. Mine is end of May. Is this solid or... Okay. What am I supposed to do? Okay, I can just climb. Teleport waypoint. What percentage do I have? 30%. This, the new area, the Dormant Port area, what's it called? Windswept something? Windrest Peak. This area is like no chests. Apparently, this entire place. Can you see my cursor on stream? Yeah, you can. So apparently, this entire area and this entire area has no chests. There's only some chests, and this chests and challenges here. So I saw a Reddit thread where people were complaining about how like bland the maps are becoming. They're putting nothing. Have you 100%? Recently, no, up until like Sumeru, I did. I think this is the recent part, but yeah, Mondstadt is done. Liyue is done. Chen Yuwei is done. Okay, Fontaine. I also did Fontaine. That's nice. Sumeru is done. Sumeru was the biggest one to do because, you know, back in release, when it released, we didn't have like the multi-level maps. Sumeru would have taken ages. Yeah, we didn't have like the multi-level maps, so it was really difficult. Inazuma is done. Natlan, probably not. Yeah, I think from Natlan onwards I kind of gave up. 80, 90, 89, 77, 92. And now they've started putting that, you know, the event for exploring. Like, if you explore, you get like 400 primos more. So, just to do that, I try to get like 85%ish. So, in Nordcry, I have like 85% in most places. This is the lowest, I think. 83, 93, 98. I have only 100% Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, and Nordcry. The new compass, yeah, the new compasses are great. There's so many of those memory fragment collectibles on the minimap, but I'm not seeing any of them. Probably, let's try to get to high ground. Two words for you both, Dutch grass. There are bugs outside, no thanks. Okay, let me go Dutch grass here for you. This burnt, dead grass. There's some flowers here. What is this? Oh, you literally threw out lizards. Huh? Why is nothing happening? Okay, wait, do I need to? Huh? Never mind. Puzzle solving can happen later. Open the chest in 60 seconds. Uh-huh. Bruh. Oh. Wait, how? Okay. Man, making me walk like an invisible tightrope. So scary. Wanna hear something scary, Phantom? I would like to hear something scary. I also put spiders outside. Should I just run for it? Nah, I'll make it. Oh my god, no! My stuff fell. Okay, it's down there. Oh yeah, they changed Sucrose's VA. Let me listen to her voice lines for a bit.
I'm Sucrose, a researcher of alchemy. I've heard you've been to a lot of places, so I was wondering if you... what am I saying? It's only our first time meeting. I shouldn't trouble you. But if you're willing, I'd love to hear any stories you have about your adventure. Adsorption test! Animo test 6308! Stand clear! Swirl, Mark 2! Enhanced Animo Module 75! Animo Hypostasis Emulation! Huh. Chests appearing out of thin air? This needs research.
Yeah, I feel like she needs to show more. Yeah, that's what my friend was telling me too. She sounds more confident now.
If only I stumbled upon lab supplies as often.
And it doesn't fit her as well.
I just need a moment to quickly take down some notes.
Oh, okay. There's two of those. She sounds too confident. For Sucrose, yeah. I'm not scared of spiders, only lizards. They added 6th lads, Kaya. What? Oh. You're scared of lads, guys. So confused. I am confusion. I need to remove the roof somehow. How do I do that? Never mind. Let's go get the... There is still a coming soon after Caleb. I think there's a mechanism top, yeah. Probably yes. Okay, what's... There's a challenge there. Is there anything here? Okay, I should probably do the quest stuff first. We can do exploration later. That's a very square oasis. Let me turn the volume down again. Talk to the person asking for help. You people, I've not seen you around before. Are there really still newcomers showing up now? But since Dex is with you, I suppose you're backup. My name is Venipi, and I come from an era when King Deshret's divine form still walked among us. Among us? Paimon's the name, and this is the Dark Knight, and our team's got one more member, Sightland. We're probably what you consider people from the most recent era. Sightland, would you happen to have an older sister by any chance? Do you know my sister too? Of course, here everyone is friends with everyone. It matters little what station they occupied in their former life. In my day, I was a nobody, just one of many working on King Deshret's mausoleum. I was traveling in the desert one day when I was suddenly plucked from the sands and thrown into the apathic interval, where I was for, I want to say, less than 100 years. Then, once I left and came here, I found the place full of ancients, some from times preceding even King Deshret himself, but we all got along just the same. Later on, the sisters of the deity told me they hadn't plucked any desert buildings and asked that I reconstruct them from memory. It was only with everyone's help that we managed to build this place after all, but now look at these ruins. You know, speaking of which, Paimon has a question. These sand statues out there, are those artworks from your era, you know, from back in King Deshret's day? Perhaps they were created to serve as a reminder of the impermanence of the physical body and life itself. Phantom, I'm sorry to tell you. It's actually me, I'm the next lads guy. The character. Perhaps they were created, so okay, I read that already. You truly are different from your sister. You must really enjoy reading like the others. Those are people, all of them, they were punished by being turned into sand. Whoa. Don't worry, they are all still alive. Death does not exist here. They'll be restored once the problem here is resolved. Oh wait, didn't you say that whoever saved you would get that coin King Deshret gave you as a reward? Paimon bets it's worth a lot of Mora. I'm not handing it over, it's my lucky charm. Besides, it's the only thing I have left to remind me of my old life. Since it's so important to you, alright, guess we'll be super nice and not press you for payment. We've been chatting for too long. Looks like it's here. We don't have time to stand around talking. Are you at least at the level of a novice Remurian Centurion? There we go again. Paimon doesn't even know what that kind of standard this is supposed to be. The hand and the weird, biblically accurate angel thing having a staring contest. Lol. Defeat the keepers. Oh god. No space left in artifact inventory. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to blindly delete some artifacts, aren't I? Approach the Guardian from behind. Stealth mission? In a My Gacha game? Why is the targeting so bad? What the hell? Bro. Oof, that was quite something. You're easily at the level of a high-ranking Centurion. Didn't you have your own hierarchy back in King Deshret's day? Well, those scholars at the Mahavaipulia archives have read enough books that their combat assessments actually hold some weight. It's nice to be so well read. For instance, on average, the knight serving under Erine could take on 3 standard... Oh, okay, I'm not reading all of that. Let's go save your friends first, but I want to know more. I love the Traveler and Genshin's... Traveler and Paimon's dynamic in Genshin that's like the since the very beginning, since you call her the emergency food.
Right?
And I'm kind of glad that they replaced the VA. The previous voice was pretty annoying, but I still think people like hating Paimon for the voice was a bit unfair.
Surge. Defensive mode engaged.
Why is there a cloud? Okay. Oh, that was the... Those were my clouds. Are we doing stealth? I find Paimon annoying in all languages, but I think it's because I can't skip cutscenes and she talks a lot. Yeah, like the fact that she talks a lot and all that is definitely very annoying. But I like the dynamic that they have in the in lore side of things. Like the fact that she speaks for the traveler most of the time, it's very annoying. They're trying to fix that a bit, I think. But it's still not like as good as, let's say, WuWa, where the main character actually has his own personality. In Genshin, it's like 99% of the time Paimon is speaking, but the dynamic is good, but she's annoying, yeah. I mean, WuWa has Abby, but Abby isn't, yeah, exactly. WuWa has a similar character, but they let the main character do the talking and have a personality of his or her own. Whereas Genshin is like the traveler has next to no personality, aside from being like a bit sassy.
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey. Please.
Traveler had very little personality for far too long, yeah. Don't come any closer. Did we just... Huh? Please tell my love. Oh no. Did we just watch this guy get like smited by the angel thingy? Look for and rescue survivors, okay. Up? Yeah, that's one. That one's up. Did I miss one of those grapple point thingies? Because how am I supposed to get up there now? There's a challenge for me here. Sure, let's just... Oh, nice. Dendro particles. this day and age. No, I messed that up. Huh? Okay, I think I see a grapple point there, but it's still gonna be a fight getting up there. The dog in my neighborhood has better personality among his dog kind.
Please.
Yeah.
I insist.
Genshin's always had like really good lore, but the execution, like character development and stuff, has not been very great. And like the good lore has often been in like you need to read like the books and like the artifact descriptions and things like that to know the deep lore. Like a lot of the stuff about like the primordial one and the shades of life and death and all of that, we learned that stuff in like Enkanomiya, but then you would have to read the book, this Before Sun and Moon book, to know that stuff.
Close your eyes. Observe.
So a lot of casual players never knew a lot of that. I think they're trying to do better in Not Cry at least. And I mean, you can see that they're trying to do better because they are trying to bring in a lot of the knowledge that you would have from World Quest and stuff into the main quest, like Sandrone, like in the Archon quest and Not Cry, Sandrone kind of recapitulated the entire like Narcissus and Kreutz storyline from Fontaine, which had a lot of like deep lore in it. But yeah, if you missed the quest, if you didn't pay attention when you were doing the quest, you wouldn't know. So yeah, they're trying to like educate. Oh my god, why did he turn around? They're trying to educate the average player about the lore a little bit. I think the lore is easier to access now in the new areas. Yeah, they're doing a better job now. Both Genshin and Not Cry and WuWa in their Lahairoi. Oh no! No rip. But they're both like doing really good with the story. Like Lahairoi's story has also been pretty peak. Especially like the IMET stuff. It was so good. Oh. I think I need to go back and search. I will bring back my daughter, yeah. It's like they did an amazing job with IMET because in literally one patch, like one quest, you made her actually like made people actually care about her so much by sacrificing Luke. Because I think they did a kind of similar thing in Arena Sita, where they introduced Cartesia at the end of the like first patch or something, and then at the next patch you kind of have to like rescue her, and somehow like you're supposed to care about her, but then she barely has a personality of her own. She's like this damsel in distress, which is, you know, one of my most hated character traits. Like, but then they fixed that by making her, you know, after you rescue her, she goes on like her own journey in Septimont and stuff. And yeah, like in Septimont, Cartithia was like a really cool character. But when they first introduced her, I really didn't like her. She was like too much of a damsel in distress. She was just this girl that the rover has to save. She didn't feel like her own person. But yeah, they've kind of fixed that with Septimont, and then in Lahairoi they pulled off the Imid stuff really well. Like within one patch they made us actually care about her, and you know, made her as like a strong independent woman, to use the cliched term. She actually saves Lahairoi instead of the rover having to do everything. Defeat the keepers. Man, doing stealth in Genshin feels weird. It's like you're so used to just bonking everything. I'll sacrifice you for S6, Luke. An EP Dex and Romhilda. I'm her younger sister, Sightland. I see the two of you look so much alike, and also pretty. My name is Shama, and I come from... what was I gonna say? He's already S1, so only need 5 more copies. The era in which the Dendroarchon had yet to become a child. Oh, that's interesting, because the Dendroarchon child thing, it's all like Irminsul shenanigans, right? We edited history, so the fact that this person was also affected when she's trapped in this place, that's interesting. Alright, enough small talk. You know what? I'm gonna skip through the dialogue. I just wanna get this over with. And we'll probably do our WuWa dailies after this. Punisher of Gomorrah. I wonder if this area has the actual history from before we edit. Because it's not. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then she said, I come from the era before the Dendroarchon turned into a child. And the thing is, in reality, the Dendroarchon did not turn into a child, right? This is a new Dendroarchon. But I think after editing the Irminsul, people's memories got edited so that, you know, they think that the Dendroarchon used her powers and turned into a child. So from what I can tell, this person's memory did get altered. I'm gonna reach my artifact cap again. Yeah, I knew it. Ah, it's so annoying. I keep removing like 6. I was gonna say 6 or 7, but yeah. Leave the desert pavilion. Okay, something's gonna happen. I wonder. And they didn't call her Ruda or whatever the spelling is. Yeah, Rukha Devata. Oh my god. Oh, her reactions are so funny, but also cute. Go to the center. It's just gonna be like a boss fight. Looks very boss fighty. JD, where were you? Me and Zeddy and others played Valo. And you didn't invite me? What? Okay. Wait, did I just loop? No, right? No.
Close your eyes. Be silent.
You were doing Overwatch 2 with you, yeah. I was just joking. What the hell? I will specifically tag you next time. First time hearing of it, was it that? Whoa! Dang, I lost HP. Oh yeah, if I'm not tagged, I probably won't check it. Did you tag the Valorant role in her Discord? I think I have that role, so if you tag it, I should know next time. There's like 3 channels in Zen chat I pay attention to. Stronger than the Afar's Avian. Are those supposed to be birds? Avian? Next can seize their cores directly. After seizing the core, you have to quickly tap. Okay. No. Zen just tag me and Cat and Evil. Yeah. It's okay. Oh no, what the hell? Wait, what? Oh, I need to drag. Punisher of Gamora. Oh no, what the hell?
Installation chamber. Stay clear.
Observe. Beware the creatures of the night.
I love characters who are like so strong you can just do Oonga Boonga with them. You don't need to care about rotations. Just press any button and everyone just dies.
Close your eyes. To dust. Be silent.
Like Mavuika and Flins, these types of characters. You just press a button and everyone dies. He's so perfect, my darling Prince. Who are your favorite characters? Favorite husbandos in Genshin aside from Flynn's? Dude, what? Oh my god. No, no. What? Huh? Warka and Risley. Flynn's Nui and Alhaitham. What about girl characters? Navia and Ganyu. Shenhe, Arle, Skark. Nice. I think out of those, I don't have Warka. I have every other character. No, Shenhe. I don't have Shenhe either. Wait, what? I wasn't paying attention to the cutscene. But did we just flip the world or something? I actually swiped on a Chronicle banner just to get Shenhe. Oh no. I've never swiped. I've only bought the Welkin. I got Shao copy though, so it's okay. Love is faded. Just alright. I was a hard swiper for first 2 years I played. Yeah, thankfully I don't give in to the urge. An amethyst brooch. I just get the Welkin if there's an upcoming character that I really want and I'm low on pulls, then I'll get the Welkin. Does nobody die here? Wouldn't it be impossible for anyone to leave behind a truly magnificent epitaph then? Given my former status, I could probably be laid to rest at the priest's cemetery alongside branches of silver and white. It should be a tremendous honor, albeit one without any space for an epitaph. In that case, it's a no for me, because I've already written mine. And it says... 10,000 prayers of penance. We're helping you out just because you happen to be here. Thank you, Paimon. Thank you, the Dork Knight. I've swiped in 3 gacha games, but I cut back because I've accepted that I don't need it. Yeah, that's the first step. You need to accept that you don't need everyone. I'm at the point where I kind of pull. If I like a character, that's when I pull. If they're strong, that's great. If I happen to have a lot of safe pulls, then I'll just pull for strong characters even if I don't particularly like them. But yeah, I want everyone but husbandos will, yeah. We all want everyone, but you can't have them unless you spend a lot. Oh no. I've come to a point where seeing multiple chests instead of making me happy, it makes me think of the artifact cap Because I know I'm gonna hit the artifact cap as soon as I open them. I want the whole roster for collection purposes, yeah.
Did they run from home too?
I used to have this goal of like having at least all the 4 stars. But then, who was it? Like Auroron or someone? I didn't get him. Or I think I couldn't pull him because he was on a rerun banner for a 5-star that I already had, something like that. I do have him now, but yeah, I lost my streak of owning all the 4 stars then. Let me see which... Do I have all the 4 stars right now though? I don't have... I lost a 50-50 on Warka. I would have loved to have him. He has like the different body type and everything, and the jumping mechanic. I pulled until I got C6 Aurora. Oh my god, Mika was the first one I couldn't get. I currently have all 4 stars. Let me see if I have all 4 stars currently. Yeah, I think so. Yes. 5 stars. I'm missing Child. I'm missing Hotao. Missing Eula. Ito. I've pulled on Child before. I've pulled on Hotao before. I've pulled on Ito before. I don't think I've pulled on Eula. I've pulled on Shenhe too. All of these I've lost like 50-50s. I've pulled on Baiju. I remember I pulled on Baiju and I got Chi-Chi. Hello, Tay. She stole my glasses. Then Siegeweed was just a... I'm back and you're still alive. Eula was my first limited 5-star. Siegeweed was just like pretty bad. She's cute and all, but I don't think she's a good character in terms of anything. Emily, I remember I pulled for her. I don't think I got her. I didn't have enough pulls. Shaska, Veressa, Nefer, Durin. I could easily get her, but I think I'll save for Nicole. I go sleep. Have a good stream. Don't stay up too late. It's too late to say don't stay up too late. It's 4:30 a.m. right now. Did I clear my inventory? Siege was one of the first banners I actively skipped. Yeah. I feel bad for characters like that. Another thing that I feel bad for is when like they have a character coming out and just before that they tease another like upcoming 5-star that comes in the next patch. They do the drip marketing or something, and then that means that the sales for the first character get completely go down. Like I think the same thing is happening with like Sigrika because they teased Heyuki in Wuthering Waves, so what happens if I stand here? Okay, I can't do that. Yeah, they tease Heyuki so everyone skips Siggy, yeah. Like I feel bad as in like for the VA and stuff. Because you know, how would it feel like if you get to voice a character and then everyone skips it? It would feel so bad. Where do I need to bring my own pyro? I'm also skipping. Yeah, I also skipped. On WuWa right now, I'm skipping everyone. I'm hard saving for the Cyberpunk collab. Once I get the collab characters, I'll start pulling for everyone. Huh? Wait, this... I forgot what reaction do you need for this? Aggravate? I want my 2 mommies, Hiyuki and Lucille. I will skip until Hiyuki most likely. Though I do one more Nia. I see. Okay, wait, I need to... Very valid. Can we be friends on Genshin? Sure, but I play on like the America server, so... Yeah, if you're on America, sure. Just send... Do you see my okay, you can't see my UID, right? Let me remove the Fugi. I'm on Asia. Yeah, I started on Americas because I saw America streamer friend play, and by the time like I made other friends on Genshin, I'd already gotten like a couple of 5 stars on that account, so I didn't want to create a new like switch my mains. I do have... Wait, how do you... I forgot how to do the Sumeru puzzles. How do you make this thing? Do I need to like burn it again? Maybe? Electro? Dendro? You need Electro to say yeah. Wait, I need Dendro to bring it to life first. And then yeah, right. It sets out like a pulse when you hit. Let's use this team for that. I gotta wait for it to come back again. Means Plints can do it. I got your other husbando.
Illusion shattered.
Let's go. Oh no, I need... Okay, I'll need a Pyro and an Electro and a Dendro all in one team, okay? Okay, I see. Let me just use one of my random teams. For Pyro, we should... Let's not use Amber, let's use her. For Electro, you're fine. Dendro, you're fine. That should be... I'll hit them. Oh wait, it stays permanently. That's good. I just wasted so much time. Man, how do they expect us to remember how to solve puzzles from like 3 years ago? Okay, I'm supposed to leave. Okay, let me switch back to Flint's. How did you do this thing? Did you need to... I forgot everything. Dendro? You just hit it with Dendro? I thought you needed to like collect something. Yeah, I think I need to collect something, right? That thing, right? I think. Huh? No? Oh, you need a bow, I think? Oh god. Sure, welcome back, Yoimiya. Huh? Dude, what? How do you do this? Do I need a specifically Dendro character? Need to pick up the seeds first? What seed? Do I see the seeds? Oh. This should open the chest. So far away, surely I don't miss. Nice. And ah. I guess they wanted to like bring out the nostalgia in people. But for me, it's just bringing out confusion because I don't remember how to solve these puzzles. Ah, hopefully we are leaving this area now and no more Sumeru puzzles. Cyclone, have you found? Okay, I'm trying to sleep. Almost 5 a.m. Good night. Good night, JD. Let me tuck you in. Yes, I have. Thanks for asking. Splendid. Do you know what the names Melanta and Nihilita mean? Nihilita has to be do with like nihilism, right? Nothingness. Paimon will go first. Nope. They mean melancholy and nothingness. Most sagacious of you, I believe you and I should be even better friends. Melancholy was an affliction of the heart. Yeah, I've heard about that theory. Like, back in the olden days, people used to think that like being sad was an actual like affliction of the heart, like your heart beats like in a different rhythm or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I guess they were kind of onto something because we do have like mental disorders, which are like actual disorders, like being depressed is an actual thing, like an actual physiological thing. But yeah, being just sad is not an affliction of the heart, I guess. But while the songs of the angels and the latter-day Anima Archon can cure melancholy, the hollow consolations of ordinary folk cannot be expected to work such wonders. So bright. What are you trying to say? I shall too have to whisper. The quality assurance in this latest patch has not been great. I've seen multiple instances where they spelled Mora with a lowercase m. For it is a secret. Why would the Great One above, who rules over sky and space, name her own creations nothingness and melancholy? They say she lacks the ability to empathize with others. There is nothing she cannot do, yet she is utterly helpless against genuine futility and the ailments of the human heart. Let me go back to full screen. This is why she named her creations the two things she's least able to deal with. Paimon gets that. Naming things after enemies you've never beaten makes them sound cool and powerful. Cool. Paimon would be called No Mora, Hunger, and No the Dark Knight. They sound weak. But that's very cute. She's saying that having no Mora, having no food, or having no traveler is like her greatest fear. I fear I can't keep up with your 1,000 years worth of wisdom. Okay, I'm just gonna skip. Okay, let me drink some water. This area kinda suits Columbina's aesthetics. Moons and stars. Okay, there's just one more sub area left. Should we go do that, or should we go play Wuthering Waves for a bit? You know what? I think I'll switch, because I'm in no hurry to complete this. I'll take my time with this. Memory core offerings available. Let's go do that. And then we will switch to Wuthering Waves for a bit. And then we'll probably end in like half an hour. Do I have anything to do? And I do have the rhythm game stuff to do. I'll probably play a few levels of the event.
I don't sing for anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen. I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same.
How many Primo gems do I have? 7905. 50-ish. And 555. Shimmering luster. Columbina someday. She dances in the shadows of clear streams and drifts with the current, falling asleep beneath the pale shadows of the mountains. She wanders through the ripples of time, playing hide and seek with the Kuhenki. She rests in the garden of all living things, humming softly to every living creature. In the quiet hours before dawn, she waits for the day of their reunion. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll switch to WuWa. We'll play we'll do the dailies, we'll do some of the rhythm games. And let us switch. There's an update. The game is restarting. Nice meeting you, Dork. I will also head to bed now. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you, Pom Pom. Good night to you. Let me tuck you into. I made this duck command as a bit of a joke. It's kind of funny and over the top, but it's nice, it's cute. Bye bye, good night. I'll just do my dailies and play some of the event stuff, and then I'll also be ending stream. This game looks amazing with the ray tracing.
Here, give this new level a try, featuring 16-finger chords and slide combos. Okay, that's a fantastic idea. Just one thing, how am I supposed to grow 8 hands to hit all those buttons?
Alright, let's go do our dailies first. Jinjo. It's my turn to share something fresh with you. Alright. Spin the 180 wave plates. Where do we want to do that?
Worry not. Understood. Understood.
We could level up his.
The incision has to be clean. Don't want to mess for suturing.
Her skills. Let's just see which one I have the least of. This one. It's chill music so late at night.
Loading.
And it's so quiet inside of the game. The music.
Astral modulation.
It's making me kinda sleepy already.
Now watch closely. On you go. Praise me. Fate in my mark. Miss me in the name of blood.
Loading. Diminish. I engraft you new.
With style and grace. The moon is full. Entertain me.
Stay calm. Loading. In war with time.
I'll indulge you. Bow before me. Face me. Fate. Reveal. Fight by my side. A dying glory.
Alright. We are done with our dailies, I think. Oh, the banner's changed. I think I have all of these characters. I do not have any of these weapons. I would kinda like this, but do I really need it? Blocks. I think I've got all the asteroids from this event. What is this? New GPA level? Ah. This one has what, 19 days left? Let's play this. Fast as light, moderately increased gourmet point generation. Easy. Sigurika, good kids are not picky eater. That's why she has the largest. Oh my god, look at that plate. But isn't that also bad for like catching the bad stuff? Easy. Luke, temporary reduced speed, but immensely gain gourmet points. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Eurydice Sylvia. How you doing? No. Stinky food. Is it okay if you get the stinky food when you're in like your alt form? With lack of a better word. Hello, I'm doing alrighty. It's good to know. I'm just catching up on the events in Wuthering Waves right now. It gets so slow. How has your week been so far? Sylvia? Is it okay if I call you Sylvia? Lucilla, immensely increase all stats. All stats. Well, this is kind of boring, isn't it? It's like, I know they have like different boosts and stuff, but at the end of the day, you're just pressing two buttons, and yeah, it's not the most interesting event game mode. It was one of my friend's birthday a couple of months back. I made her like a website where you could play like arcade games, and I made this game too. It was, yeah, like I think for a birthday gift it was pretty good, but then for a company that's making millions of dollars, I don't think this is the most interesting idea. Week been complicated, if I be honest, and no, I don't mind nickname Sylvia. I hope, I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, but I hope it gets better for you. Whatever the complications are, I hope they get solved as soon as possible. Should we play some more rhythm games? Sure. hate this one. You have to press multiple buttons. I need to set up for this. ADJK. It's not too personal though. I'm just tired of repeatable routine every day. Yeah, understandable. I'm pretty bad at rhythm games, but I feel like they definitely get better with practice.
Access authorized.
So hopefully I will get better at it over time. I'm quite lucky to have like a flexible work schedule. So like I work, I have a full-time job, but I'm really lucky to have like a flexible schedule. So I can kind of set my own timings for most stuff. Sometimes I have calls and stuff which I need to attend obviously with other people, but for most of my day-to-day work I can set my own timings. No one's like checking up on me to see if I'm working like 9 to 5 or something. So I'm really lucky when it comes to that.
Access authorized.
I know that probably won't last forever, but while it does last, it's pretty good.
Access authorized.
%100%. Let's go. Okay, a couple of goods and greats, but mostly perfect. Not bad. But I'm doing it in normal though, so there's that. Been nice meeting with you, but it's quite late for me. I need to sleep. Good night. Yeah, it's pretty late for me to wait. It's like 5:15 for me. AM. I've been up all night. Let me tuck you in. Good night. Sleep well. I hope you have sweet dreams. And yeah, thanks for the follow. I hope to see you again later. It's 00:15, so it's just past midnight. So you must be in Europe then. Well, good night.
Access authorized.
Such a fortress, who we are. Starlight courage. Head in a row on the glass of morning. Letting it go, let us where we grow. Holding the bright, cause without we never known unlikeliness. Kiss us up with a tear.
No, I missed a rip.
Access authorized.
I lost my combo because of that. No, I missed. Is there an indicator for how much longer the song goes? I don't see one.
Access authorized.
So when I was looking at the UI, I wasn't paying attention for a bit.
Access authorized.
I think we're done. Maybe we do one more. How do you unlock dancing through fantasies? Alright. Maybe we do two more then. Because I like that song, I like dancing through fantasies. No, I messed up. Messing up so early does not bode well for me.
Access authorized.
$67 combo, 6-7. I'm sorry.
Access authorized.
It's like 5:30 a.m. I think I'm allowed to be a little bit crazy.
Access authorized.
No, I missed one right at the end. Oh good, SSS. Okay, let's... I do want to do the Dancing Through Fantasies one. Huh? What's happening? Why is it loading?
Seeing you breeze through that rhythm game hit me with new inspirations. Here.
Are there like cutscenes in between? Really fun. What reattempting? Okay. Okay. I see, so there's a little bit of a story here. You like playing this game too? W new model. Hello Rikush, how you doing? Yes, this is my new model. Hello. I can wave and do heart fingers at the same time. I am pain. Oh no, what happened? Is it work or physical? Like, is it like work stress kind of pain or physical teeth? Oh no. I hope it gets better. I hope you've been to like the dentist or whatever. say hello and I go eat. Yes, alright, that's fine. Let me tuck you in. Sleep well. Hope your pain gets better. He looks so gentle. Sounds like we already made reviews. I'm just gonna skip dialogue. But yeah, good night, Rikush. Hope you sleep well. Hope your teeth stop hurting.
Access authorized. Access authorized. Access authorized.
No, that was not a perfect hit. Uh, 100%. One good, some greats. I think we'll stop there for the night.
Seeing you breeze through that rhythm game hit me with new inspirations.
This one, I'm pretty sure I've got all the... Yeah, I got all the asteroid, and that's really all I care about. So... this is a new event. This is what we were doing just now. We have time for this. We finished this. Okay. Yeah, I think that's where I'll end for now. It's super late. It's like 5:30 a.m. for me. Yeah, I think I will end there. I don't think I'll be raiding out. It's really late and I just want to go to bed. I need a snack though. I don't know what I'll eat, but yeah. Good night, everyone. Damn, the butterfly thing looks so cool. But yeah, good night, everyone. Bye bye.